Council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. We are done with our staff report on C2, and to keep things spicy, we're going to switch things up and have the AP report given first. Here to give that to us is Matt Upton. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the AP report on C2 Bering Sea Lucian Islands PCOD small boat access. The AP recommends the initial review draft RII be released for final action with the following preliminary preferred alternative. Alternative 2, option 1, less than or equal to 55 LOA with a sub option to keep B season as a jig gear only fishery. The main motion passed 15-2, and rationale are in your minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Are there any questions on the AP report? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still moving a little slowly, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Upton. What was the discussion regarding the amendment? Was it just that in-season management would do that anyway, and that's why it got struck down, or what was the discussion that was led to its demise?
Through the chair, that kind of captures the discussion. I mean, one of the things that came up was a concern about how, if within this sector, if the fish wasn't being harvested, how it would roll to the broader under 60 sector. And that's what that motion kind of reflects. But then we had some more discussion around that already kind of happening through what's contemplated through in-season management. And so I think that's why some or majority decided that wasn't necessary.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the report. I can't scroll down to see if you talked about, but one of the decision points in the analysis that was brought up to the council yesterday was the decision of whether you would reallocate any unused quota from the first season if this went through to another sector like the existing less than 60-foot sector, or whether you would roll it to a subsequent season for this new small boat sector. Did the AP have discussion on that, or did they think the analysis was robust enough, I guess, to make that decision at a later date?
Through the chair, the discussion around the rollovers was a focus on just in-season management having some discretion around that, but we didn't have within our motion that an explicit direction around, that being a choice for the change up. I think the jig exception where it rolls right to the under 60 more to have the kind of opportunity for folks to fish in that, which I would assume would mean they need to roll A to B to C. But in general, we just had the big theme was let's let in-season management have that discretion to try and make the fishery work.
Great. I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Upton. Okay, we'll take our Ssc report. And a reminder to the public to please sign up to testify prior to the end of the Ssc report. Good morning, Dr. Dressel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel, co-chair of the Ssc, and I'm here to give the Ssc report on C2 Pacific Cod small boat access. Well, sorry, Shannon. I followed the sticky, but I don't think that was the right one. Thank you. All right, try this again. The Ssc finds the analysis sufficient to advance to final action. With suggested minor revisions. One of the challenges, obviously, with this analysis is the confidentiality restrictions due to small vessel numbers and it made the analysis challenging for the analysts. So, and just a note on that, the vessels that are lesser than or equal to 55 feet had a low of 2 vessels participating in 21 and an average of 9 a year. Less than or equal to 56 feet had a low of 5 vessels in 21 and an average of 12 per year. So there was considerable discussion within the Ssc of how to provide information, as much information as possible, despite the confidentiality requirements. I've seen people struggle with this all meeting and now I'm here. All right. The Ssc notes, there were a couple of notes that we had, and those include that the analysis of trends within vessel groups indicates that all groups have been negatively impacted in terms of catch and revenue due to the TAC declines. But the 56, less than or equal to 56 length have not been disproportionately impacted. Specifically, the proportion of the allocation landed by the less than or equal to 56 length vessels, including the typical annual reallocation from the jig sector, has not been decreasing over time. So the purpose and need statement describes the motivation for this action as about entry, competition, and attenuating the race for fish. The Ssc actually did not find evidence in the document that was presented that the percentage of the allocation fished by the less than or equal to 56 foot length vessels is decreasing over time. And so if the purpose and need stands as it is, the Ssc encourages the analysts to explore the extent to which seasons are shortening and for evidence of race of fish. And we've got a couple of examples in our minutes, and I believe also on our next slide. Actually, those are just in our minutes. So the Ssc does recommend minor revisions, and these include to emphasize the potential distributional impacts, including that in practice, this is a reallocation of catch from large to small vessels. And a couple of, under alternative 2, the group of 56 to 60 foot vessels is estimated to lose about 22% of their historic annual revenue under alternative 2, and the less than or equal to 56 foot vessels are estimated to have an opportunity to almost double their historic average annual revenue. So the Ssc recommends adding language to emphasize the difficulty of predicting responses after if a management change is made, the difficulty of predicting responses post-management change. And with the current analysis, the assumption was that the behaviors would be the same as before the action. And so the Ssc recommends making clear in the document the inherent assumptions associated with the numbers that are currently presented. In addition, the Ssc requests exploring additional information related to the communities that may be impacted. The Ssc also suggests that there are long-term potential outcomes to this that were not in the document. And so we ask at least that they be acknowledged in the next version. And that is that there may be substantial changes to opportunities associated with LLP licenses that could reduce the value of licenses that are directly affected, but they could also create uncertainty and undermine other LLP values. The second one is that regulation changes, if they're frequent, can related to length, could also deter more specialized capital investments. And the third is that if Pacific stocks recover and the jig sector participation increases in the absence of this program, the sector could be negatively impacted if they would need to compete with hook and line or pod vessels. And that's the end of my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Dr. Dressel. On the last slide, the point about frequent changes in length regulations may deter some amount of capital investment. I understand where that can cause problems. Couldn't it also, in a way, be a good thing and discourage the development of specific capital investments that are designed to not necessarily get around, but to some extent subvert management intent in implementing those regulations? So is that one of those dynamics that's really got some pros and cons to it? And I mean, was that the conclusion of the Ssc, that we should think about it, but that it wasn't necessarily either negative or positive?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that's a really good question. We actually did not discuss that in the Ssc. So I believe that the statement that we made in the Ssc was this one. It was looking at the negative of it, but we did not talk about the positive. I mean, logically, when you ask the question, yes, I suppose it could. It sort of depends on the expectation of fleet members as to what is the chance that a change will be made. So yes, that makes real sense to me. No, we didn't talk about it at the Ssc.
All right. I don't see any further questions. All right. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. That will bring us to public comment. Looks like we have 6 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Mr. Frank Kelty. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. It's nice to be here in person for the first time in almost 3 years. So this is what a council meeting venue looks like. Anyway, I'm representing, for the record, my name is Frank Kelty. I am the fisheries advisor for the city of Unalaska, and I'm filling in for Mayor Tudikoff. In your packet, you have a letter from the mayor in support of alternative 2, option 1, sub option B. And I'm here to follow up on that. This has been a long process. This is the 4th year of this option of trying to use the jig allocation to support the 55 under local fleet in Unalaska. But if you go back in history, a much younger, better looking Frank Kelty in the early 90s was here supporting UMFA on the jig allocation. And this is just, back in the 90s, we thought that jig fishing might work real well in the Aleutian Islands area, but it's never worked out that way. I went back and looked at some of the catch records for the jig allocation from 2016 till now. It's only been 200 metric tons in that whole time period. I could have gone back further on the records, but and the best year they've had in the last 10 years was in 2019. I think they got 140 metric tons during the summertime season. So it's not really worked out. And basically what we did in 1994 is we made a rollover fishery, and that's not what the intent was in 1994. We were trying to set up an opportunity for the local Unalaska small boats to fish, to have a fishing opportunity so we could develop our local small boat fleet. And I see this vehicle that we're looking at today, which we support going to a public review and final action in October, as a way to finally get to what we've been trying to get to for almost 30 years. It'll give this local fleet a chance to develop. From what I understand, an LLP costs around $20,000. So I look at this also as an entry-level opportunity for someone that might have a 55 under small boat that wants to fish near Unalaska or near Akutan and be able to have an opportunity to fish. So I see this as a win-win for the local small boats that are been very concerned of being further squeezed by the development of Super 58s and the seasons going so fast. And as a former processor, I can tell you, as someone that took deliveries from small boats, they don't stay out as long traditionally. It's almost like a day boat thing that you get. So you get very good quality product from the local small boats that are fishing close to town. And that's good for the processing sector as well. So I think this is something that's a no-brainer. I think it gives the council, gives the community a chance for development of this local small boat fleet, and will be a win-win for everyone concerned. And I urge you to move this for public review and final action in October. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, next up is Dustin Dickerson. Following Mr. Dickerson is Scott Lorenzen and then Vinnie James. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Keenan and members of the council. I appreciate being here this morning. And I'd like to thank Kate Hapola, who I think is an excellent asset and contributes mightily to this body. But I would like to disagree that we have been disproportionately affected. There are no longliners left in Bering Sea. The one thing that this report did not point out was who was a pot boat and who was a longliner. 2 weeks in, so our federal season now lasts for about 2 weeks. 10 years ago, it was stated that it was about 100 days. You know, a longliner could have actually made a living, but right now it's 2 weeks. And so longliners are gone. And if that is not disproportionate, I don't know what is. So the Unalaska Native Fishermen's Association is supporting alternative 2 and option 1, keeping sub option B that would leave the B season open for jig only. And we would like to move forward with final analysis. What this action does is restore balance within the Bering Sea commercial fishing fleet. Boats under 55 foot have had a huge role to play in the development of the commercial cod fisheries in the BSAI, especially in the Dutch Harbor area. We would like to honor and even memorialize that group of smaller boats with an allocation of their own and with the formation of a new sector. It would guarantee that they will always have access to the cod resource and thus will always be present in the Bering Sea forevermore and for generations to come. We have heard the concerns of the larger boats of the under 60 sector regarding the B season rollover, and I would suggest a September start date for their federal season. They could begin the year with the GHL fishery and then use their federal allocation of 2% as a B season. It would actually equal more than the jig rollover, and it would give them 7 days more to fish, because there wouldn't be any stand down. And considering over 2 million pounds of cod that remain uncaught in the JHL, along with additional 1% increases for the next 4 years, I do not think that the question of not enough fish to catch for that group is going to be a problem. The proposal that we have been working on now for 4 years, for me, it's been a labor of love. The small boat fleet of Unalaska has been near and dear to me for the last 28 years when I bought my first boat and began jigging and joined UNFA. I would like to think of what we are doing today as a tribute to the UNFA members from back in the day, or the UNFA board members from back in the day, Emil Barikoff, Bob Storrs, Pete Hendricks, and John Golodoff, who gave my generation something to look forward to. So too must my generation preserve what has been fought for the next generation. So our UNFA Association mission statement is to create and preserve opportunities for the subsistence and small boat commercial fishermen of Unalaska Bay, recognizing that the health of the natural environment is a key component to both. And so today, we preserve the opportunities that we created many years ago, first with the jig sector and then with the under 60 sector. And we hope that people won't forget that. I would just like to add that the under 60 sector was created with Amendment 64 and that there were only a few local boats fishing then. And I would have to comment that that seems to have worked out pretty well. Yeah.
I just wanted to add a few comments to Dustin's testimony. One, we support the SSC's recommendations in terms of how to improve the analysis. They were relatively minor modifications, but I think they'll provide a better picture of option one in particular, given the confidentiality restrictions that constrain the analysis. I think the SSC offered up some good suggestions for how to work within those constraints and better show some of the impacts that have motivated this action over time. I also wanted to note the time frame used in the analysis in terms of change over time and historical participation. It tends to start at 2008. I think it would be more reasonable and appropriate to take a longer look. Finally, UNFA supports option one with the sub option because it is the only option currently under consideration that will clearly delineate and separate the two vessel class categories that currently participate in the under 60 sector. And we speak to this in a bit more detail in the comments we submitted on this action. But in short, a limit of under 55 accounts for all of the higher capacity vessels currently participating in the under 60 sector and effectively places them in the sector intended for larger vessels. Thanks.
I would just like to add to that one of the 56-foot boats that is actually a Super 8. And that's another reason that we would like to go with the 55 is that somehow a very large vessel found its way into the data. And I believe that accounted for one of the reasons that we seem not to have been disproportionately impacted.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerson and Ms. Donkersloot. Are there any questions? Thank you. Oh, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I mean, without delineating each individual vessel, can you just characterize better for the council the number or type of vessel that you think falls under your preferred option one? If you give a little bit sense of who's actively fishing in that fleet or who you would expect to, I guess, if you want to differentiate that way, but can you give a little better sense of that for the council?
Thanks for the question, Nicole, and through the chair. So there are two boats that are fishing right now, two local boats under 55 feet that use pot gear. There has always been a contingent, or up until the fairly recent future, a contingent of Homer longliners that come out. If you look back, going back 10 years ago, there were 22 vessels that would have qualified under that 55-foot threshold. Now there are only two because the longliners have been displaced. You can't 2 or 3 weeks in January for a federal season just doesn't work for anybody. The fact that Pat and I, the two smaller boats, are using pot gear, we also get to participate in the GHL fishery. And that's the only reason that we have any local boats at all. There's also future participants. I mentioned the fact that for Amendment 64 back in 1999, 2000, there was only 2 or 3 boats that were fishing then. Can you imagine if we waited on this issue until there was no local boats? I mean, who would speak on their behalf? Can you imagine 20 years from now when young kids want to get involved in fishing, and we've got a really good year class of kids that are interested in fishing, when there's no local boats, how would you ever come before the council? I just don't get that. So I mentioned that we would that we have a good year class of kids coming up. I've got 2 kids on my boat that are just out of high school. I hired them just out of high school. They've been on the boat for 2 years now. They're running the deck. Another boat in town that doesn't fish for cod, fishes dunchies and halibut. all of his kids must be under 21 years old. We just had a Dockside Discovery Day where we had 5th and 6th graders where my wife and I had them aboard our boat and introduced them to fishing. There seems to be widespread interest in getting involved in fisheries. So this is mostly about the future. This is about the preservation of our small boat culture. And I can tell you, if you look at the comments by the Kawalingan tribe and from the Unalaska Corporation, how important this is to the Aleut people and protecting the traditions and the culture and the small boat cultures. We've always been a small boat town, and I just can't stand the thought of that going away.
All right, any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Dickerson. I've been thinking about this as much as an entry level issue as just a preservation of as some of your other arguments about preservation of small boat culture and small boat tradition. And so I've heard sort of the promise of it as an entry level, but I still haven't really, I'd like a sort of more concrete description from you of what you think this path looks like. If we go ahead and implement what you're recommending, what the path looks like for one of those kids you were talking about. What will a fishery look like? How important is this particular element? What would they do in terms of a portfolio? If you could give me some concrete sense of what entry level might look like, say 5 years from now, if we do this, that would be really helpful to me.
Mr. Twite, through the chair. First of all, entry level begins on the deck of a boat. That's where a young fisherman gets the experience and the knowledge to go on and have a boat of their own. Right now, there's very little opportunity for young people to get on the boats, considering that there's only 2 local boats to get on. Like I said, there is great interest in young people getting involved in the fisheries. And what I expect to happen is that the guys from Homer are going to show up again. They've been gone for, well, I don't know, 3 or 4 years now as the seasons have gotten shorter and shorter. As far as concrete, I would say that letting, we know that jig is an entry-level fishery. We have one guy that comes out from Homer all the time. By allowing the small boat, pot and long line to join the jig sector, it seems like you could combine all the entry-level components into one package. I don't have a really direct answer for you. People get into the fisheries from different aspects. For instance, I started out, my story is that I was 7 years in the crab plate first, and then I bought a 42-foot boat, went jigging, and then I went long lining, and I long lined for years and years. And so and then we bought a bigger boat. And so that's how I got into it. People come from sort of different areas of the fisheries. Some of the guys grew up fishing with their dads in Bristol Bay. They got their fishing experience in Bristol Bay. They had background in history in Dutch Harbor. They moved to Dutch Harbor, bought small boats, and started pot fishing. So, I guess I could talk about how people in our community got started. One of them was a salmon guy to begin with. He had a salmon seiner, 42 foot, and he went pot fishing with it in Unalaska Bay. And that boat now he bought a larger boat. And so he owns a 58-foot boat that he pot fishes for cod with. And he fishes with, his family in the summer. Another fella bought a small boat. He was actually crewing on on Roger's boat, and one of the local boats, Roger asked him to run his boat for him for cod. He ended up buying I don't know, 50-foot boat. He never did get an opportunity to go pot fishing with it because his back went out for health reasons. He's not going to be as part of the fleet. Pat, who has the Cascade, began by fishing the crab fleet like I did. He bought my smaller boat when I got out of it, the Katie Jean, and he went longlining. He was longlining for years and then stepped up to a Fred Wall boat. So it happens for all kinds of different reasons. But had Amendment 64 not been in place, none of those guys would have had those opportunities. I would have been the only person in town that would have had a history in fishing. And I don't know, we had talked about rationalizing the fishery years ago, like back in the 2000s or so.
Mr. Dickerson, let's see if Mr. Twite has another question.
Just for the record, Mr. Dickerson just did a much better job of answering the question than I did of posing the question. Thank you, Mr. Dickerson.
Mhm.
Great. Any further questions? All right, thank you both. Next up is Scott Lorenzen, testifying remotely. Good morning, Mr. Lorenzen. Are you with us? And for those online, if you don't have if you're not viewing the timer that we have, I will let you know when your time is up. Mr. Lorenzen, okay, we will try to circle back to you. Vinnie James, and Mr. James is going to be testifying remotely as well.
Good morning. Good morning. Am I on?
Yes, you are. Good morning.
Morning, Chairman Kaneen, members of the council. My name is Vinnie James, for the record. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to approach this from a cultural standpoint. I noticed that some people have mentioned culture, and I'd like to as well. As I mentioned in my recent letter to the council, as a longtime resident of Alaska, and as a songwriter and as a fisherman myself, I gained great inspiration from the local culture here in Alaska. But unfortunately, the march of commercial progress slowly erasing much of that culture. Dusty kind of touched on that a little bit. More and more as time goes by, it becomes harder and harder, as Dusty mentioned, for new local fishermen to enter the industry here. And I'm saddened by the thought that the young people in our town may never get the opportunity to follow the path of the local fishermen of Unalaska. And that's simply because passionate fishermen who went before them may not have been successful in securing for them a small portion of the fishing allocation so that they can jig and longline and move up to bigger vessels. That avenue is slowly being closed to them, and I hope that you can help secure for us a small part of our culture for our future generations of fishermen. Now, we often hear of the importance of local culture. We're reminded of how the large chain stores decimated the mom and pop stores around the country. And a part of our beautiful history of struggle and triumph over adversity was snuffed out in a matter of a few years. Now, as technology advances and as investors see more and more opportunity in our area, they will fight for larger and larger slices of the pie. And eventually, they will make the argument that the small boat operators are obsolete. Now, there are many treasures of culture which have become obsolete to others, which are preserved and cherished by local communities all across this great nation. And it is people like you, Chairman Kaneen, when the time came for these treasures to be preserved, who had the wisdom and the passion for local culture to act in favor of preserving that treasure. It is in this spirit of preservation and preserving our treasured small boat culture that I implore you to approve Unalaska Native Fishermen's Association's proposal for a new small boat sector. In the years to come, when you see a small longliner pulling into harbor full with catch, you will feel proud knowing that this small boat culture still exists because you had the compassion and the foresight to ensure that it was preserved as only someone in your position can. And once again, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. James. Are there any questions? All right, no questions. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Tom Robinson. And if Mr. Robinson is not with us, we can go to John Moeller.
How about now, Mr. Chairman?
Good morning, Mr. Moeller.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I'm just going to pass this morning. Wish you guys a great day.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Moeller. You as well. Okay, let's go back to either Scott Lorenzen or Tom Robinson. Okay, hearing neither of them, that will conclude public comment. Is the council ready to take action? Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion. I've sent it to staff. And as soon as it's up on the screen, I'll begin. Should I wait?
I think we should wait for
Yeah, I
it to
think
be
we should
posted. We can just take a quick stand down while it's coming up. It's just quick in the room stand down.
Yeah.
A couple of minutes. Okay, the motion is posted whenever you are ready, Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion reads, the council adopts the following alternatives for public review and selects a preliminary preferred alternative as shown in bold. Deletions to the purpose and need are shown in strike through and additions are underlined. And I'm going to read the purpose and need with the additions. So the purpose and need would read, increased participation, reduced Pacific cod tax, and fewer reallocations from other Pacific cod sectors have resulted in shortened seasons for the under 60-foot hook and line and pot catcher vessel Pacific cod sector. Due to their size, smaller vessels in this sector are particularly affected by these shortened seasons because vessel operators have less flexibility to fish when the weather is poor and typically fish waters closer to port, which may be less productive. The jig sector allocation has not historically been fully utilized, particularly in the A and C seasons. Allowing these smaller catcher vessels using hook and line and pot gear to harvest Pacific cod from the jig sector allocation may increase stability for current fishery participants and potential new entrants with smaller catcher vessels without negatively impacting catcher vessels using jig gear. Alternative 1 is status quo. Alternative 2 is the preliminary preferred alternative. Redefine the current BSAI Pacific Cod jig sector to include hook and line and pot CVs less than or equal to, and option 1, 55 feet length overall. And then I've also included the sub option that the B season fishery would remain a jig gear only fishery.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed changes to the purpose and need focus more clearly on the factors that are contributing to shorter seasons for the under 60 hook and line pot CV sector, which include increased participation, reduced Pacific cod tax, and fewer reallocations from other sectors. While we understand that all vessels in this sector are impacted by the shortened seasons, it can be particularly difficult for smaller vessels who are more limited as to when and where they can fish. My motion also identifies alternative 2, option 1, and the sub option as the preliminary preferred alternative. This PPA was supported by almost all of our advisory panel members and was supported by public testimony and written comments from members of the Unalaska Native Fishermen's Association, the City of Unalaska, the Cowalingen Tribe, and the Unalaska Corporation. I have not provided explicit direction for how NIMS should handle reallocations if the small vessel fixed gear sectors are redefined. At this stage, my inclination would be to recommend no changes to the current practice of reallocating unused jig sector seasonal apportionments to the under 60 hook and line pot CV sector. Maintaining that practice if the sectors are redefined would likely result in fuller utilization of the Pacific cod tax and may alleviate some of the concerns we have heard from vessels that would remain in the redefined under 60 hook and line pot CV sector. That said, I do think it would be helpful to get more information back in the next iteration of the analysis on the rollover versus reallocation decision. If these sectors are redefined, some additional coordination with the Board of Fisheries will be necessary to redefine a trigger for opening the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict fishery. We are currently considering holding a joint protocol meeting this fall and could use that opportunity to inform the board of these changes. The analyst should also incorporate comments from the Ssc to the extent practicable.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Are there any questions on the motion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll pass.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bush, for the motion. I guess I heard in your rationale that you expected the analyst to include the Ssc recommendations as practicable. It's not explicit in the motion, but that is certainly your intent. And I guess I'm speaking in particular to their pretty strong statements about not being able to see evidence, that the analyst should explore the extent to which seasons are shortening and for evidence of a race to fish, given that there's lack of evidence in the document at the time that we would meet our purpose and need statement or be consistent. And is that something you're explicitly asking to pick up through those Ssc recommendations? I feel like when we say as practicable, we certainly mean in the sense of, do you have time or data to support that recommendation? But this one seems pretty key to this action.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. I think the question of shortened seasons and the impact that that's having on the sectors is particularly important. And think that to the extent that the analysts can address that comment in particular from the Ssc would be important to see in the next iteration.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball. Further questions? Any amendments? Okay, we'll go to comments on the motion. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bush, thank you for your motion. I am supportive. I think maybe I could have done this as a question, but as I think about the problem statement, one thing that I'm not sure it says why it's a problem that those seasons have become shorter. And I'm not sure. And I think there's actually some council values here, and I don't have a proposed remedy at this point. So I guess I'm just maybe suggesting that we think about this between now and the next time we view this. But I think it might be good. We've heard in public testimony that one reason it's a problem is because this sector has significant importance to the culture in the area, to the history of the area, to the vitality of the waterfront. We've also heard testimony about how it serves an important function as an entry-level sector. And I think it might be good for the council to, in the problem statement, actually articulate some of those values as well, and essentially own those values at the council level. And so, again, I don't really have the ability to craft something on the fly that I think might actually deal with that well, but I would be hopeful that between now and next time we view this, we could consider that and maybe explore that. It's already explored to some extent in the initial draft of the analysis, but maybe it could even be explored a little further or fleshed out there as well. But again, thank you for the motion. I think it is, and it shows both the length of time that issues can take to go through the council process, but also the value of the time. We've been struggling with this for quite a while, quite a few years. Mr. Dickerson and others have reminded us. And this does look like maybe that's the best tool of the tools we've looked at so far to achieve this.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further comments on the motion? Okay. Be ready to vote. Is there any objection? No objection. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bush. Anything further? Right. Thanks again. So that will move us into C3. Here to walk us through the plan is Sarah Reinsmith. And
good morning, members of the council. My name is Sarah Reinsmith, council staff and crab plan team coordinator. Today for agenda item C3, you'll receive a two-part briefing from crab plan team co-chairs on the Aleutian Island Golden King Crab Stock Assessment and recommended ABC and OFL for the 22-23 fishing season. Action today is setting the ABC and OFL. Additionally, they will provide a brief overview of the crab plan team report summary. For the second component of the agenda item, Katie Paloff and Mike Litzo, crab plan team co-chairs, will walk through an update on the progress of the snow crab rebuilding plan, including model projections and crab plan team recommendations. Additionally, there'll be a staff presentation from John McCracken on where we're at in the council timeline and process. As an additional note under this agenda item, PNCAC met on May 25th, and Steve Miner, the chair, is here to present the meeting report during staff reports. At this time, I'll let Katie and Mike Litzo, who's online, do a quick sound check and then jump into their presentation. Thank you.
Mike, are you there? Okay, I'll just get started and hopefully he can.
Sound check. I think I'm on now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah, for that introduction. Oh. Okay, we'll see if it, okay, there you go. As Sarah said, I'm Katie Paloff, co-chair of the crab plan team, here to present to you on our May meeting. Do you think Mike needs to mute?
For the people online, you might need to mute your speakers and mics, or not mics, obviously.
All right, thanks. Sorry about that, guys. Here to present the crab planting report specifically from our May meeting that we had actually in person in Anchorage, and we were happy to have an in-person meeting again, as I'm sure you guys are too. So just have a couple introduction slides to kind of orientate all of us to where we are with our crab stocks at this meeting. So this slide is, you've seen many times, it's kind of one of our two slides that we include in most of our presentations. At this meeting here in May and June, we assess the stocks in this top blue box. The only one you'll see here today is Lucian Island golden king crab. The other three stocks there are either on bi or triennial cycles, and we will not take them again until 2023. Then the middle box represents the stocks that we assess in the fall cycle in September, October. We will talk briefly about some proposed model runs that the CPT explored and presented to the Ssc at this meeting for those stocks that we'll see in September. Just a note there, the two stocks at the bottom are on triennial or biennial cycles, but they actually are both up for review in this cycle. And then, of course, Norton Sound is one that we assess in our January, February cycle. This just is a quick overview of the tier system for our crab stocks. Most of our crab stocks kind of live in our tier 3 and 4 area, and that really depends on the amount of information we have, the population model that we can put together for those stocks to be able to establish OFLs and ABCs and set specifications. In addition to having a tier level, we usually consider an ABC buffer for our stocks, and that buffer is somewhat linked to the tier level in the sense that the amount of information we have on the stock and the certainty in that information relates to the ABC buffer considerations, but other things go into those buffer considerations, as you've recalled from past meetings, as far as the level of uncertainty we have in the model and in just the general status of the stock due to environment and other influences. So here's a kind of a list of the items we covered at our May meeting. The first item there bolded is the one that we'll have action on at this meeting. The other ones that are in black font are ones that we'll cover in our oral report to you here. Those in blue are in our written report, but we're not going to go into details of those in our oral report for you today. Specifically, the first two listed there, as far as some survey updates that were presented to the crab plant team, and some work on seeing if we can use a risk table format for crab, are things that we did present to the Ssc for some feedback, but we don't have any further recommendations coming out of that. So we didn't feel that we would present those to you at this time, but things that we are currently working on. And then the other list of items on there just includes some research presentations, some discussion on items that we may see in the future, in addition to after your April meeting, the discussion paper for Bristol Bay that was tasked, we provided some feedback to the staff analysts on that, so that they had expertise from the crab plant team members to help set up and establish that discussion paper. One thing, this is a slate that we will present on you, just a review of crab handling mortality rates, just in a table format. That was something that was requested of the plan team after the April council meeting. So with that, I'll just get into Lucian Island golden king crab final specifications. And the way I'll structure this is I'll go through the slides, and then if you guys have any questions on Lucian Island golden king crab, I'll pause after these slides so that I can entertain those before I move on to the next topic. So just to kind of orientate everybody to the Lucian Island golden king crab model and the stock, we have a male only model, and it's dependent on fishery dependent catch and CPUE data. And it's one of our only assessment models at this level that does not have a independent survey associated with it. Although there is a cooperative survey that has been underway, and we do have about 5 or 6 years of that data, and the analyst is working on trying to incorporate that into the model. We saw 5 different model runs by the author, in addition to each of those model runs done in the GMAX platform. And so hopefully you all recall, the GMAX platform is our generalized model for Alaskan crab stocks. And we currently have a few of our stocks, specifically, I think 3, if not 4, hopefully coming out of this meeting, stocks that are already using this platform. And our goal is to adopt this modeling framework for all of our crab stocks. It makes the stock modeling more consistent between stocks and more transparent, and also allows for, if you listen to any of our May CPT meeting, it allows CPT members to catch errors a lot more quickly, catch potential, issues with how we're modeling things, and just allows for much more of a comprehensive review of our crab models. So one of the things that we did look at this meeting were models that looked at updates to size at maturity for Lucian and golden king crab. The current status quo models have a size at maturity of 111 millimeters carapace length, and their updated data that we did accept changes that size at maturity to 116 millimeters carapace length. This was detailed in the SAFE Appendix C, but in general, the crab plan team and the Ssc did support that move to increasing the size at maturity, was supported by much more increase of data that was collected as part of the cooperative survey. About 10,000 samples were collected in that data set versus 4,000 that were collected in the early data set that was established in the 80s. So we felt this was a much improvement of characterizing the size at maturity for the stock. And then just some updates to the base model that were considered a model improvement. So just to provide you some context here, the Aleutian Island golden king crab stock is managed within the state as Lucian as an eastern area and western area, so the EAG and WAG. It's modeled as two different models, but we set specifications for the one stock since we consider one stock as at a federal level. These two figures just show for the eastern and western area. The top figure shows harvest in addition to tax specifications or total allowable catch set by the state, and then the bottom figures show a raw CPUE for each area. And something that will come to light in these figures too, these are CPUE standardizations. That's what you see in the circles, and the lines represent error about those. But there is some decreasing trend in CPUE in both the eastern area. This is for the eastern golden king crab area and the western area, which you'll see on the following slide. One of the things to point out here that we'll see when we look at retrospective patterns, that the model here is not for the eastern area, is not necessarily tracking this decrease in CPUE. And that was something that the plan team did spend some time discussing, just potentially the CPUE and the size composition data that are going into the model aren't necessarily agreeing with each other. And so you're getting the model fitting, suggesting that we might have somewhat of an increasing population, the CPUE suggesting that the population may be decreasing some. And just wanted to point out here for the western area that the CPUE is decreasing, and that this model does seem to track that well. And that's fairly obvious. One of the things we do with these models is what's called a retrospective runs, and that's basically just saying how well did we predict what happened this year or last year. So what we're finding with the EAG is because of those two data points being a little bit conflicting in the model, we're overestimating how many crab or the mature male biomass out there in every year. So that's something that we do want to explore further, and one of the areas of uncertainty that we consider in our buffer considerations, specifically more for the EAG than the WAG. As you can see here, the WAG retrospective pattern is substantially less. And then this figure here just shows estimates of mature male biomass for the entire time series for both the eastern Aleutian Island area and the western. You can see in the bottom figures here a little bit zoomed in of the last 15 years that there is some decrease here in the EAG of the estimated mature male biomass from the last year, in addition to somewhat similar estimate from last year for the WAG, but it is decreasing some in the last few years. So in general, our recommendations that were also endorsed by the Ssc, but you will hear their report following ours, are to choose a model that had some improvements to the base model, which included 3 catchability parameters, in addition to updating the size at maturity for this stock. Our ABC buffer considerations for this stock were at about a 25% level. Last year, there was increased concern added by the Ssc to elevate this to a 30% level. We felt that the analysts addressed those concerns specifically on some convergence issues with the model, and that we considered going back to the 25% buffer. We detailed in our minutes our concerns for this stock, specifically similar concerns that we've had in past years, and then some improvements that the analysts have made for the stock, but nothing to consider necessarily reducing that buffer. And then we also have made some future recommendations for this stock. Specifically, ones I wanted to highlight to you all is just the stock is very close to being able to be adopted into the GMAX platform. The analysts made substantial progress on that. And so we are very close to that. Hopefully we'll see that in the next cycle, in addition to encouraging bringing in the cooperative survey index work into the model, specifically for the EAG, where we have enough years of data to do so. And I think with that, I have one slide on specifications. These are the specific specifications in millions of pounds that were approved by the CPT. As you can see, the mature male biomass for the upcoming year is somewhat less than last year, so resulting OFL and ABC that trended down slightly. And so with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Paloff. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is 2 slides back. I was a little slow. Next one. Oh, that one. And I wanted to ask you about really all of those figures. So kind of a general question. I'm not sure if it's an optical illusion or in the more recent years anyway, for those figures, it looks like, I hope I'm referring to them as error bars correctly, are larger and seem to be getting larger every year. And so was that, can you just confirm if that's the case? And if so, maybe give us a little background on that if you could.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes. So those are error bars associated with the estimates of mature male biomass, and they are getting larger in the more recent time series. Likely that's linked to 2 things. One is potentially any increase in error that's associated with the CPUEs, which don't seem to be that large in the last few years. So those seem to be holding steady. But then other sources of error in the model. It could be specifically, I'm just looking at between the EAG and the WAG, that these seem to be increasing some in the eastern area. And that could be a consideration of the model trying to determine the fact that the CPUE is trending down, but the size comps don't, and other information we have don't suggest that the population is trending down. So as the model tries to balance those 2 conflicting sources of information, it's going to have more uncertainty in where we're at with the stock, if that makes sense.
Any further questions? Okay. Ms. Paloff.
So the next few slides will detail just some general overview of the proposed model runs we saw for the stocks that we'll assess in the fall. So just kind of update you guys on where we're at with some of these stocks. So for specifically Bristol Bay Red King Crab, there is a change in authorship for that model. Ji Zhang, who's been the author for that model for quite a long time, has retired from ADF&G. I have stepped into his position and taken over authorship of this model. So this will be the first cycle for me to be primary author for that. And so we did look at some models that explored starting the time series for data, moving the time series start date to 1985 instead of 1975. And that's something we will consider in the fall for setting specifications. There's a number of reasons why that was suggested. It's been a Ssc suggestion and also was a suggestion coming out of a CIE or Center for International Experts review, just due to some uncertainties in the early part of the survey time series due to survey gear changes and then potential mortality events that occurred for the stock in the early 80s. So this is also something you'll see that's considered for our Tanner crab stock, is potentially moving the input date that we use data for the model. In addition, the authors explored just estimates, assumptions around natural mortality within these models, and some of those suggestions are going to be brought forward as model runs in the fall. Specifically, estimating natural mortality in this model versus having a fixed natural mortality. Our Tanner crab proposed models also looked at things like impacts of new data on the assessment, some simplification to the models as far as number of parameters and how we characterize them. In addition, we also saw model runs for Tanner crab that looked at changing the start date for input data here to 1982. And as you'll see with Ssc recommendations, one of the things that they suggested for this plan team to do is, as we were considering these models, that potentially change the start date for input data to try to come up with some guidelines for how we would consider those and why we would adopt a change in start date. So that was good, helpful review information from the Ssc, and something that we will work to do in October with considering potential changes in start dates and some of the input data for these models. The next 2 stocks, St. Matthew Blue King Crab and Pribilof Island Red King Crab, are ones that we do not have an annual assessment for. St. Matt's is biannual. We last saw a full assessment in September of 2020. just to remind you all, this model is currently in the GMAX platform already, and we are under a rebuilding plan for St. Matt's that was also established in 2020. So we will update on rebuilding this fall in addition to providing a full assessment. Well, the authors explored some of the issues that have existed in this model, in addition to providing some model runs to look at sensitivities of natural mortality in the model. Recommendations of both the CPT and Ssc are to continue using the base model for this stock. Just to none of the additions, the changes we saw were necessarily improvements on our understanding of the stock, and also some consistency in model structure under a rebuilding plan is helpful, just to keep consistent. And then we look, Privilege Fallen Red King Crab is on a triennial cycle. This is also a model that we use the GMAX modeling platform for, and it was accepted in 2019. The analysts looked at new input data, new survey and bycatch data for the last 2 years, and then we'll include data for this next year in September. The other thing that the author did for this stock was to initiate looking at Bering Sea wide exploration of red king crab. And that was something that when we presented to the Ssc, they suggested that we use a stock structure template that the groundfish stocks have used to potentially look at red king crab throughout the Bering Sea. And if there is any connectivity between potentially the Privilege Island red king crab, Bristol Bay red king crab, and then the northern area of red king crab. So that's something that both myself and the analysts for red king crab will look at and see if we can just get a better understanding of if there is any connectivity between those stocks within the Bering Sea as a whole. This stock also was recommended for the base model that was brought forward in 2019 to be brought forward in the fall, in addition to some small model runs that would including some other historical data sources, potentially if the author has the ability to include those before September. Lastly, the last stock that we'll set spec for in the fall that we looked at proposed model runs for was snow crab. And we will also get into a lot more conversation on snow crab when we get into the rebuilding topic, but this particular slide just refers to the proposed models that we'll see to set specifications in the fall. The author provided an expansive report on transitioning the current status quo model to a GMAX platform, which is something that he's been working on for a number of years. And comparing those two models together, trying to do as best what we call a bridging analysis. So having the same model run in both platforms to show that you're getting pretty much the same, if not very similar results. And this is important for the modeling process of moving to a new modeling platform. The author and the CPT recommended using the GMAX model based on a lot of different things. Some of those I listed here. The Ssc also endorsed this recommendation. One of the specific things that the GMAX modeling platform can do, it has the ability to perform projections into the future, which is something that we can use in setting our rebuilding expectations and timeframe. And so you'll see that some in the rebuilding discussion. In addition, GMAX modeling framework, as we saw, improves transparency and reproducibility, and it really does have improvements over the current status quo model. And with this stock being incorporated, we now have St. Matthews Island, Privilege Island red king crab, Bristol Bay red king crab, and then snow crab would be the fourth stock we would have in GMAX this coming fall, with the Lucian Island golden king crab being very close behind. So I think we're making good progress as a group trying to move the forward with the GMAX modeling framework. Some of the model runs that we asked to see for September for snow crab really focus on the prior or the estimated distribution that's used to estimate natural mortality within that model. And so we did ask the author to come forward with some different variations of that for the fall. So I just wanted to provide one visual for you. So this is a estimate of mature male biomass with the status quo model in black, and the dashed different colored lines are some of the GMAX model runs. And you can see, while there's some differences in the early part of the time series, the later part of the time series, at least in the last 20 years, is estimate a very similar mature male biomass for these different model runs. So just kind of reiterating that there are some differences between the model, but we feel that they've been fully vetted by the CPT and Ssc and are ready for adoption into the GMAX modeling platform. So with that, I'll pause because our next topic will be snow crab rebuilding.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Paloff. Are there any questions, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Paloff. I don't know if this is the right time to ask this question, but it had been brought up, I think, in previous council testimony about the need to add some deep water stations to the NOAA survey for snow crab. Was that something the crab plan team had discussed?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimmel. Yes. So it was part of a discussion that included some survey updates. We did not make any recommendations for any changes to the survey this year, so we didn't include that in our oral report. But basically, we received a report from the survey staff at NOAA to look at cutting some of the corner stations that are around Pribilof Island and St. Matt's. With the idea would be if we were able to cut some of those corner stations, we would then have the staff time and resources to potentially explore some deeper water stations. We had a quite extensive discussion on this, and I think the takeaway is, while we do think that exploring the deeper water stations, since that seems to be where snow crab were fished in not this last season, but the season before, is important to understand, where those crab are going and potentially out of our survey grid. But we just felt that we needed to have a better plan of how that data would be used, if that data would be consistently collected for a number of years, and we really would have to be consistently collected for a while to be able to fully be utilized in the model. So we had a good discussion on that, in addition to potentially if there were other ways to get that information besides including them in the survey grid, potentially through cooperative industry surveys or potentially other opportunities to go out there and just kind of have an idea of where snow crab are in those deeper stations, and the ability, the potentially the right survey equipment or procedure to look at those. So we had quite an extensive conversation on that. In addition, the snow crab fishery that's this past season didn't necessarily explore those stations in the same, those areas in the same way. So we felt like having another survey this year to get an idea of if the snow crab were moving further north, were found closer to that boundary, would be helpful before we committed to trying to adapt the survey grid. In addition, and Mike Litzow, who's on the line, can speak to this more. It sounds like the survey group wants, in the next few years, may be underway of just prioritizing where they're surveying and how they're surveying, and that may be part of a more big picture outlook of the survey in general.
Follow up. Thank you for that explanation. I guess if we had to boil that down, I guess I'm still a little uncertain of whether it's a resource and funding issue or whether it's a survey design issue. And maybe Mike wants to weigh in on that.
I'm going to see if Mike wants to jump in on that.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. And through the chair, thanks for the question. Really, you've isolated the two issues quite well, the resource and staffing issue and then the design issue. I'll start with the design issue. From the design side, I think the analysis that we saw from the Groundfish Survey Group at Plan Team demonstrated that the impacts on data flow to crab assessments are generally small. However, Plan Team voiced considerable concern about abandoning the fixed survey design, just in terms of the ecological awareness, ecological data, sort of pulse of the system sense data that fixed design gives us. So there are some concerns about giving up the long-term sampling design. Then on the resources side, the survey group has felt a bit of a mission creep over the years, in particular with taking on the Northern Bering Sea as an annual effort. And so survey staff has been stretched pretty thin. We've had a number of injuries that have arisen from people doing back-to-back legs on the survey. And so staffing is really a hard limit at this point, and we're not able to take on any additional effort, such as the deeper stations in the northwest corner, without giving something else up. And then I'll just briefly say that Kidu is right. There's interest within the survey group in sort of reprioritization between the slope, the Eastern Bering Sea shelf and the Northern Bering Sea shelf, and looking at a unified sampling design across all three of those areas. And I think the council can expect to see updates from the survey group on that overall redesign and reprioritization in incoming years.
do I get more questions? Thank you for that. And I guess I'm following up on this overall need for this council to take, responsibility in helping direct and adapt as we start to see changes, right? Trying to assess whether our surveys are in the right place and we're getting the good data that we expect out of them, and whether we're adapting enough to things that are driven by climate. And so is that a couple year survey group recommendation, I guess, or is it sooner than that? This seems like a need that people have been identifying for at least a year already, and we're trying to be as responsive as possible. I'm just trying to get a better sense of the timeline, Mike, if you have more specificity there.
Sure, thank you. And through the chair, so the survey group brought forward 2 recommended changes. Both the drop in the corner stations, or I shouldn't say recommended changes, I should say potential changes. We could have dropped the corner stations to free up effort to explore on the northwest side of the grid, as Katie said. And then we also brought up a proposed change that would change the threshold for triggering resampling of Bristol Bay red king crab, mature female red king crab. So we did bring forward a couple ideas this year to Plan Team and Ssc with the idea of producing freeing up effort for more responsive sampling in places like the northwest part of the grid. Both Plan Team and Ssc were hesitant about making those proposed changes, which is understandable, and those were really valuable and well thought out conversations. So we have, I guess the short answer to your question is we have brought forth the initial proposed changes. We are very cognizant of the balance between not wanting to jump at every change in the system. We have to maintain consistency in our data collection over time, but then we also do have to be flexible. So I can't tell you exactly when you'll see the next presentation from the survey group about proposed changes, but it is a very hot topic. So we're just finishing up our presentations and sort of digesting the advice that we got through this council cycle, and then we'll sort of revamp and see where we're at. And I expect that you'll see it within a year or two. That sounds like a fair timeline.
Thank you very much.
I don't see any further questions. We can move into rebuilding.
Thank you. And so I'm going to hand this to, does Mike have control? I just have control. Mike, let me know when you want me to change slides, because I think it would just be easier that way. So I'm going to hand it over to Mike to take away here for snow crab rebuilding.
Okay, thanks, Katie. And good morning to the members of the council. My name is Mike Litzo. I'm the lab director for the NOAA Fisheries Lab in Kodiak, the other co-chair for Crab Plan Team. I'll be presenting on the snow crab rebuilding plan this morning. I'll be summarizing some context briefings around, or context presentations around the apparent collapse of snow crab that Plan Team received, and then summarizing the discussion and recommendations from Crab Plan Team for the rebuilding plan. So the Crab Plan Team received a presentation on the apparent role of climate change in the decline in snow crab abundance, and the outlook for climate change and rebuilding with implications for the rebuilding plan. So this analysis focused on the idea of borealization of the Southeast Bering Sea as the ultimate cause of the decline in snow crab. So borealization just refers to the process by which the Bering Sea loses its Arctic seasonally ice-covered characteristics and transitions into a subarctic year-round ice-free state. So these authors put together 13 time series of physical and biological characteristics that represent either an Arctic or subarctic state, and summarize variability across those physical and biological time series, and showed a strong statistical relationship between that borealization process and the recent decline in snow crab abundance. The presentation also summarized research, climate attribution research, showing with a high degree of confidence that the recent extreme temperatures that we've seen in the Eastern Bering Sea that are associated with that borealization are human caused. That the current understanding in climate science is that you cannot get the Bering Sea as warm as it was in 2014 through 2020 in a pre-industrial ocean, that we're seeing the effects of global warming playing out in the Bering Sea. The presentation also summarized a change in expected return time for extreme temperatures in the Bering Sea, and how that might affect considerations for rebuilding for snow crab. So this plot on this slide summarizes data from 23 different climate models, and it looks at how often we would expect to see temperatures at least as warm as what we saw in 2016, 2018, 2019, and 2020. Those were the high borealization years, relative to different amounts of warming in the North Pacific Ocean. So in the pre-industrial ocean, we'd expect to see those temperatures less than once every 10,000 years. From 1950 through half a degree of North Pacific warming, we'd expect to see those temperatures about every 650 years. From half a degree of warming to a degree of warming about every 65 years. And then the next climate is the climate that we're in right now. So right now we're in a 1 degree of warming North Pacific climate. So in this 1 degree to 1.5 degree climate that we're in now, we expect to see these temperatures on average about every 7 years. And then going forward, when we warm up to 1.5 degrees of North Pacific warming, which is expected to be somewhere between the 2030s and 2040s, depending on emissions, we should expect to see temperatures that warm every 3 years on average. Next slide, please, Katie. The plan team then received briefing on a presentation on really detailed and elegant research, really, from the stock assessment lead, Cody Zawalski, on the possible evaluating different hypotheses for the proximate causes of the snow crab decline. So Cody built sort of a custom population dynamics model, a male-only model, to look at changes in immature and mature male mortality over time from 1982 to the present. And then he used the results of that model to evaluate the plausibility of different hypotheses for the decline. He looked at possible explanations like groundfish predation, like the incidence of bitter crab disease, cannibalism, bycatch, and temperature. And at the end of the day, what boiled out from his research was that temperature itself was the most plausible cause. And as he notes here in this slide, that's somewhat unsatisfying because it doesn't give us the direct mechanism. It just gives us sort of the correlation with the temperature change in the ecosystem. But he noted that the two leading hypotheses that have gained traction so far in terms of proximate causes, which are disease and cod predation, don't really fall out in the model. They don't seem to explain the decline directly. So he's left with temperature as the best explanation in hand at this point. Next slide. Plan team then also received a very good briefing from Craig Rose on a body of research on unobserved crab mortality from contact with bottom trawl gear. Just to summarize his research on that unobserved mortality, there's something between 15 and 100 times or more crab who come in contact with bottom trawl gear than are actually caught as bycatch. The mortality rate for those unobserved contacts is much lower than it is for crab that actually come up on deck and are handled and then are released. And the total unobserved mortality from contact with gear for crab that are not actually caught as bycatch could be potentially as large as observed mortality. However, that range of the possible ratio of unobserved to observed mortality is very large, and it's imprecise and difficult to constrain. The presentation briefly considered unobserved mortality from pelagic gear that's fished on bottom, and just to really the presentation just sort of summarize the fact that there's no estimates available on what that mortality might be, unobserved mortality from pelagic gear on bottom. And then the presentation also noted that crab are especially vulnerable to contact with gear during the molt cycle and immediately post-molt when they're soft shell. Next slide. So those are the highlights of the context that we received. Now I'll summarize our discussion and recommendations. So plan team spent a lot of time talking about the projections of biomass that will be used to set the timeline for rebuilding, and how we might best frame out those projections. And so we spent a lot of time talking about the levers in those rebuilding projection scenarios, which are the parameters that go into the population models that give us the projected mature male biomass going forward. So we considered the period of observed recruitment that we would use in those projection models. We considered the period for calculating the BMSY proxy, which in this case is B35. And in our discussions, we use the same value of B35 in all the projections. And then a particularly important lever in generating projections for this population is values of M, values of non-fishing mortality affecting the population. And then we also discussed a range of harvest strategies, a range of fishing mortalities. There's a lot of discussion about the appropriate choices for recruitment and mortality in these projections, just because the apparent behavior, the change in the population that we've seen in recent years is so unusual compared to the range of observed values that we've seen going back to 1982. So it's that makes selection of the appropriate values of R and M particularly difficult going forward. But we did make a range of recommendations for preferred R, M, and fisheries mortality. And this is really a way to start the conversation. The stock assessment author provided us with a small number of projections with different combinations of recruitment mortality and fishing mortality. And plan team discussed the best among those available choices and then passed those off to Ssc. And Ssc at this meeting gave us further guidance on recommended values for those projections. Next slide, please. These are the range of projections, mature male biomass projections, that the stock assessment author provided plan team for this meeting. So each of the columns in these 6 panels is a different scenario for recruitment. He's got recruitment draws from the different time periods that are indicated at the top of the panels that are justified by different behaviors of, or rather I should say, different observed ranges of recruitment over time. And then the 2 rows are different potential values of non-fishing mortality. The top row that's identified or indicated as M equals 2010 is just the average 1982 through 2017 value, or the estimated value for that entire time period. And then the bottom row is the most extreme natural mortality that we've observed to date, the 2018 value. So as you can see, by comparing the top and bottom rows, the value of M that you choose has overwhelming effect on the projections of mature male biomass going forward. Plan team was dissatisfied with both of those choices. We don't expect that average 1982 through 2017 conditions are representative of what we should expect going forward for this population. But at the same time, we don't think that there's any scientific expectation at this point that the very extreme conditions we saw in 2018 are going to be anything like mean conditions over the next, say, 10 years. So that very extreme mortality estimate is also implausible. So given the choice between those 2, plan team recommended the 1982 through 2017 values being more appropriate. And then, as I said, Ssc provided us with input on another range of potential recruitment and mortality values that we might consider in future projections you'll hear about during the Ssc report. Next slide, please.
Dr. Litzo, before we move on, we have a question from Mr. Mesereau.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I'm sorry, the presentation we're looking at here on this slide, I don't know what the colors mean on the upper tiles of the slide, what values they represent. Could you just explain that a little bit better before you move on?
Absolutely. Yeah, my apologies. I went through that too quickly. So those are three different fishing mortality values. So the red line is F of 0 in the directed fishery, no directed fishing, but does include bycatch, estimated bycatch. Then the green value is a fishing mortality at half of F35. And the blue value is the fishing mortality at F of 35. So sort of minimum to maximum range of potential harvest values.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And CPT also discussed bycatch issues, in particular related to Craig Rose's presentation on unobserved mortality. The plan team discussed the likelihood or possibility that bycatch might have a greater effect on the population when it's at a very low level, as it is now, than during more favorable periods when the stock's above BMSY. The plan team discussed the fact that unobserved mortality is absent from bycatch estimates, and it might be an important consideration during rebuilding. The plan team recommended sensitivity analyses, considering a broad range of possible unobserved to observed mortality ratios, given that the available information indicates that that range can be very large, and and we don't have a precise way to constrain estimates of that ratio. And then the plan team recommends research to improve those estimates of unobserved mortality in bottom and pelagic trawls. And then finally, the plan team noted several other considerations related to bycatch that the council could consider as part of the rebuilding plan. Those included expanding the cobbles boundary, the Kinesides Apelio bycatch limitation zone, revising the PSC limits, which are currently independent of snow crab abundance below 4.5 billion crabs, and that the population is currently below that threshold. And then the council could also consider revising PSC formulas to focus on size classes and in particular molt stages that are more vulnerable to predation. And that's all. That's the conclusion for the summary of the rebuilding topic. So I'll pause here to see if there are any more questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Litzo. The top bullet on the page that's currently up right now, regarding whether or not bycatch has a greater effect, I'm left confused by what the plan team's thoughts are on that. The word likelihood, and you also used the word possible when you described it. Neither of those give me a sense of the probability, really. Does the plan team think the council should be concerned that there is a higher probability that it could have an effect when the stock is at these low levels than it might at other times? Or is that something that the plan team is noting as a consideration, but isn't really placing any weight in either direction on that?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. It's a great question. There is tremendous uncertainty around the role, in particular, of unobserved bycatch on the stock. We do not have any indication that at this time that bycatch will play a larger role in rebuilding. This discussion was just framed around the idea that the effect of different drivers of population processes can be dependent on the size of the population. You know, if you have compensatory mortality at play in a population at high levels of abundance where density dependence is playing a role, then you might expect, just theoretically and sort of in a general population biology sense, that the effect of external drivers might be greater when the population size is small. But I should stress that we do not have any particular recommendations around this issue. It's just something that the council should note as a potential consideration that that bycatch could be more important during rebuilding.
Thank you, Dr. Litso. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask either, but it seems connected to Mr. Toit's question about, would we expect to see in the snow crab rebuilding plan that we would receive this coming fall, the ability to differentiate some of those scenarios? Would we be able to see effects on the rebuilding timeline if bycatch was at current levels, if there was no bycatch, if bycatch doubled, for instance, and tried to accommodate some buffer for unobserved mortality? Is that kind of an expected part of this analysis, or something this council would have to dictate in a motion?
Through the chair, sorry, Mike, I'm jumping in here. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, so those were all kind of discussions that we had with the Ssc, and they're detailed in the Ssc recommendations. So the Ssc, we did detail that we asked the analysts to perform runs where a true F of 0, so removing bycatch mortality. So that's technically how we would set a minimum time to rebuild for the stock. So we asked that from the analysts, and we also asked them to look at bycatch at current average levels, and then potentially an increased bycatch to account for some of this range of unobserved mortality that we're not seeing. And the Ssc had some more specific recommendations of how they might get at that unobserved estimate in their recommendations for projections going forward. So in short of your answer, yes, we are hoping through our recommendations to have a wide range of options to look at to fully vet the influence of bycatch on our rebuilding timeframe at the October meeting.
Thank you. And I don't know if others have the Ssc minutes on this. I can't find them. So that's why I feel like we need to ask now, because you may have that report in front of you, Katie, but I can't.
Yeah, I just am recalling from my memory. Sorry. I think they will give their report after ours though. So
thank you.
But yeah, but yes, they did it. There was a wide range of options, not only looking at mortality, looking at fishing mortality, but as Mike suggested, also looking at but the probable climate and productivity options that we might have for the stock moving forward. And I think Mike kind of went through those as far as what we may expect natural mortality to be and recruitment to be. And those really rely on some of that background information that Mike provided on what we might expect the climate to be in the Bering Sea and in the next 10 to 20 years under this rebuilding plan.
Can I then follow up on that? Thanks for either of you. And that I am on that slide as well. Does that mean in the presentation it was that peak 2018 estimate of natural mortality was not going to be provided in your estimates? The Ssc didn't think that was likely or probable enough to even analyze. So that we will not have that in this analysis. We would have something more like the mean of that long time series and some other options.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes. So that option of seeing a high natural mortality event in every year seemed pretty much very unlikely. So that lower panel that Cody had provided, the author had provided, is not something that we're recommending seeing in October. One of the things that the Ssc did recommend is looking at projections of mortality that would include the likelihood of having a high natural mortality event in, let's say, once in the next 10 years. It kind of related to that first slide. I'm going to actually go back a couple of slides here that Mike provided on just the expectations of climate and some of the work that's been done. Currently, it says potentially every 7 years in the current climate, we might see an extreme event like we saw in 2018. So some of the projections that the Ssc recommended would be something that would mimic that potential. So the likelihood of seeing an extreme event, let's say in the next 10 years, would be probably about once that we would see that. And the rest of it would have a fairly consistent mean natural mortality level. So those were all recommendations that the Ssc put forward. So really, like all these different projections that we'll see in October are really trying to get us the best, the most probable idea of what snow crab will look like in the next 10 years. And it really is a guiding rebuilding plan in the sense that we want to have a good range so that we can establish a rebuilding plan that's realistic, but also, allows us to incorporate a lot of the uncertainty that we have about the system going forward.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kimball, thanks for opening up this one too, because I was sort of interested in going back to this slide as well. Maybe I just wasn't paying quite enough attention, but and just missed it. But I'm really, as I look at this slide, it's pretty profound, but I'm still struggling to understand what the plan team's current thoughts are about the size of the footprint of each of these. And I'm asking that in two senses. First, is the plan team assuming that each of these kind of warm water events would be just a year in duration, or are they thinking that potentially, I mean, by the time you get to every 3 years, obviously if they're multi-year, you're essentially moved, you no longer have events, you have a new steady state. So that was one question, is just from the standpoint of the physical character of the event, is the plan team still thinking about this mostly just as a year-long footprint for the event? And then secondly, does the plan team have any insight? And I know you said they didn't have much, but is there any insight into what a physical footprint would translate into in terms of an impact to the population? Is a 1 year physical footprint a multi-year biological imprint then on the population? Or what's the plan team currently thinking sort of the appropriate way to visualize that?
Mike, did you want to take any of that?
Sure, through the chair. Thanks for the question. The questions. The first question about the difference between individual year temperature events and multi-year events is a really good one. So this analysis just considers the expected return time for individual years as warm as those 4 years that are indicated at the top left of the panel. How often should we expect individual years to be that warm? But how should I say this? The chance of getting individual years as warm as what we've seen recently in the pre-industrial climate was vanishingly low. The chance of getting the multi-year run of extremely warm conditions that we've seen was even lower. So you're right that this analysis is just looking at the chance of individual years, but the system is experiencing multiples of those individual events stacked up on each other. So that becomes a very important consideration for really any of the biology, because any of these populations are experiencing those extreme conditions, those conditions that have never been seen before at multiple life history stages. Then in terms of how that physical multi-year perturbation plays out for the snow crab population, that's a lot more difficult for us just because we don't have a model of snow crab population dynamics and the ecosystem that we can run under different conditions. So we're really left with observational understanding, and we've never observed this before. So it appears, as we only have a few data points to work with, but we got very extreme temperatures as a one-off in 2016 with a bit of a reprieve in 2017, and we did not see negative consequences for snow crab. So it was when we saw those multiple years, 2018, 2019, 2020, that we got the apparent collapse of the stock and the apparent mass mortality of immature snow crab. So with the very little information we have, it does appear that multiple year events are more deleterious for the population than individual year events. So then to loop back to the physics, this expected return time is for individual year events. But we should expect that the probability of multi-year extreme warm events is also going up, that the expected return time for those multi-year events is going down at the same pace as same relative pace as what's plotted here for the individual year events. Does that answer your question, or is that helpful?
It does rather chillingly well.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. I think we can move on to the balance of the report.
Yes, thank you. So we actually, balance our report is actually pretty quick. We just have one more slide for you guys. So part of the Bristol Bay discussion paper, the staff came back to the CPT and presented us with just a review of handling mortality rates for our crab stocks. And this was part of, like I said, the Bristol Bay discussion paper, but also something that would be helpful to understand as we move forward with snow crab rebuilding. So most of the rates for on handling mortality or discard mortality for crabs most of that research was conducted in the 90s and early 2000s. We reviewed the values and the research, and this was asked as part of the discussion paper, just to have these values available for the public and for potential industry members to understand. So we have on our agenda 2 different presentations that will provide references for those if you're more interested in this. We didn't make any recommendations for future work. That was not part of this discussion. The discussion here was just to provide information. Just to give you a little bit of ability to understand this table more, the targeted stock for the 4 main crab stocks is in this first column. The handling mortality in the directed fishery, so that's crab, Bristol Bay red king crab that are caught in the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery that are then discarded. Either they are sublegal size, they are females, or for some reason not preferred by the industry. So that would be in this first column. The second column is an indirect handling mortality. So that's any crab that are caught in this directed fishery. So for example, if there's tanner crab caught in the Bristol Bay fishery, the mortality that's applied to, the mortality that's applied to those. And then here you have handling mortality rates applied to the groundfish, which is separated out into trawl and fixed gear. So I think this was detailed pretty well in the Bristol Bay discussion paper too, but we provided this table in addition to providing presentations attached to our agenda that really go into the different references for that. So it should be also included in the updated Bristol Bay discussion paper that you'll see, I think, in October. So I think with that, I think that's the balance of our report. As always, we want to thank our crab authors and CPT members, presenters, members of the public and the industry in participating in our planting process.
Thank you, Ms. Paloff and Dr. Litzo. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you. Ms. Paloff, I have a question about your last slide. And just to perhaps close the loop a little bit for the council on this, I don't know if the reason that the CPT looked at this was prompted by the fact that the council received testimony at the last council meeting, questioning some of these handling mortality rates and as I recall, asking for them to be reviewed and potentially changed. And your slide is clear that the CPT did not recommend any future work for part of this discussion, but can you help me remember? I also believe there was a statement in the CPT report that given that there has been no new research conducted since that you cite in the slide, that the CPT also was not recommending changes to those handling mortality rates at this time and until new work was completed. And am I remembering that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes. So that was the CPT discussion. We didn't see, there was actually one new study that was brought up during our discussion, specifically on Bristol Bay red king crab that, since I'm the new assessment author, that I did, I'm going to take a look at that to see if I would propose any changes. But other than that, there was no other new work that was brought forward during this time. But I would say that we didn't have I think we were correct in where this came from, as far as from public testimony and just in general input from the April meeting. And providing this overview was to also help staff in preparing with Bristol Bay Red King Crab discussion paper, like further work that they had to do, and potentially also provide this information in a concise way for the public to look at through those presentations, so that if any industry wanted to be more proactive in potentially looking at the research that was done or how those numbers were established, they could, and then, potentially something that the council could review in the future if they had any potential influence and recommendations from that, I guess.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you very much. So we're going to hear a report from Mr. McCracken next, but perhaps it's a good time to take a break. So let's come back in 15 minutes at 10:05. Council, please come back to order. All right, we are ready to continue. Over to you, Mr. McCracken.
Good morning, council members, John McCracken, council staff. This should be a fairly brief presentation. I know that there's about 20 plus slides, not very much. But you guys have seen all these slides at the February meeting for the most part, except maybe the first one and the last few. So my hopes was to just kind of walk you through all the slides fairly briefly and just kind of point to what's in the slide and then obviously take questions. Okay. Of course it wouldn't work. I double clicked twice. Let's try this. Why is this always not working? Okay, not my fault again. Sorry. I double clicked. What are you doing? All right. Okay, so obviously in October of 2021, National Marine Fish Service notified the council that the snow crab status has changed to overfishing, and therefore MSA Section 304 requires rebuilding plan be developed and implemented within 2 years of the stock being declared overfished. The council is scheduled to select alternatives for this alternatives for analysis at this meeting, and this paper is an update of what you saw in February, as I've already indicated. So this slide just is a little bit of a reminder of what's in the MSA and why we're at where we're at. So section 2.1 of the MSA section 304 and the National Standard 1 guidelines provide rebuilding overfished stock. The stock is overfished if the mature male biomass is less than the minimum size stock threshold. And we have a minimum male biomass of 50,600 metric tons, which is less than the minimum size stock threshold of 76,700. So we're in rebuilding. This triggers obviously MSA and National Standard 1 guidelines. The council must specify a time period for rebuilding the stock, also known as T-target, based on being as short as possible, taking into account the stock or the status of the biology and biology of the stock, the needs of the fishing communities, recommendations from by international organizations in which the U.S. participates, and interaction of the overfished stock with the marine ecosystem. Time period shall not exceed 10 years, except where the biology of the stock and other environmental conditions or management measures under the international agreement dictate otherwise. This just provides a little bit of frameworking from the National Standard 1. And just as a reminder, the shortest rebuilding time T-min is calculated based on the time frame to rebuild the stock to MSY biomass or BMSY in absence of no fishing mortality, including directed and bycatch. If T-min is less than or equal to 10 years, then the maximum rebuilding time, T-max, is 10 years for rebuilding the stock to BMSY. If T-min is greater than 10 years, then one of the following methods is used to determine T-max. You have T-min plus the length of time associated with 1 generation time for the stock. Another one is the amount of time a stock is expected to rebuild the T to BMSY if fished at 75% of the maximum fishing mortality threshold, or T-min multiplied by 2. And the Ssc would look through these appropriate measures if T-min is greater than 10 years and provide some recommendations. So this is all the stuff that you've seen before. So section 2.2 provides an overview of the stock status of the Bering Sea snow crab. It provides information on the survey, and there's a figure 1 on page 12 that shows the biomass of mature male and female snow crab from 1982 to 2020. This slide speaks to the natural mortality. So that information is in section 2.3. And it provides an overview of the different sources of mortality. 2.3.1 provides a brief description of natural mortality. This slide speaks to the directed fishing mortality. So section 2.3.2 provides information on the directed fishery. Typically, the snow crab fishery obviously starts on October 15th and ends in May 15th for the Eastern District, Subdistrict, and May 31st for the Western Subdistrict. It's an only male crab fishery or harvested. Fishing is not allowed during mating and molting periods. And then there's a size limit of greater than or equal to 3.1 or 78 inches of carapace width. Figure 4 on page 18 shows the directed snow crab catch, discards from other crab fisheries, and the trawl and fixed gear PSC for the groundfish fisheries. Table 3 on page 18 provides the TAC and then as well as retained catch inside and outside the coballs, discards and discard mortality in the bycatch and bycatch mortality for the directed Tanner and Bristol Bay Red King crab fisheries from 2011 to 2012 through 2020 to 2021. Figure 5 on page 19 shows the retained catch of snow crab in the most recent fishery, 2020 to 2021. Directed fishing. So this figure shows the weighted center of the snow crab catch in the directed fishery from 84 to 2020. And I just point out that the 2020-21 fishery occurred much further north in the historic years. This slide speaks to PSC mortality. So section 2.3.2 starting on page 20 provides information on the snow crab bycatch and the groundfish fisheries. Trawl PSC accrues within the coballs, and this area is closed to non-pelagic trawl directed fishing in the fishery / sector that reaches the specified PSC limit. PSC limits, just a reminder, are based on calendar year and not crab year. There are no bycatch measures currently in place for the non-trawl gear inside or outside the coballs. This figure shows the trawl PSC limits, and it's set annually at 0.1133% of the snow crab abundance estimates, with a minimum and maximum abundance threshold minus an additional 150,000 crab. So if the ratio is multiplied by the total abundance is less than 4.5 million crab, then the minimum PSC limit is 4.35 million crab, and that is currently where we are at the this year, this crab fishery. So we're at that floor. If the ratio is multiplied by the total abundance greater than 13 million crab, then the maximum PSC limit is 12.85 million animals. Table 4 on page 22 provides the snow crab abundance and the PSC limit for 2000 and 2021. So this shows the crab PSC from 2012 to 2021, and it shows it inside and outside coballs by the different gears. So that's non-pelagic, pelagic, pot, hook and line, and for a total PSC of number of crabs. This is a heat map on figure 9, snow crab PSC, page 24. This shows an average PSC from 2012 to 2021 for the different gears. And the Ssc did point out that there likely needs to be a little bit more investigation with this figure in comparing to the most previous table that I just put up on the screen. There seems to be a little bit inconsistency, so I plan to take a look at this a little bit more over the summer. Okay, so this is a new slide. So this slide shows sort of the rebuilding timeline proposed before the meeting. So October 19th, 2021, the snow crab was declared overfished. The rebuilding of overfished stock obviously requires an MSA section 304 2 years. So that would be October of 23. We need to have this implemented. So the council action or the recommendation to Secretary of Commerce and implemented by the National Marine Fisheries Service needs to be completed by October of 23. At this meeting, the council was to select snow crab rebuilding alternatives for analysis. So over the summer, staff would analyze the impacts of each of these alternatives. At the October meeting coming up, that was scheduled for initial review for snow crab rebuilding and potentially select a preliminary preferred alternative, with a final action scheduled for December of 2022, and select make a recommendation to Secretary of Commerce. So two other reference points.
Mr. McCracken, sorry, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the previous slide, Mr. McCracken, I'm a little slow. I think you said this in your presentation, but I just wanted to clarify because there has been some question about really the sub-bullet under the first point. In terms of the rebuilding of overfished stocks as required by the Magnuson-Stevens Act within 2 years. I think the question I have received is the requirement that the council takes final action on a rebuilding plan by October 2023, or is the requirement that the rebuilding plan is implemented by the National Marine Fisheries Service by October 2023?
Trying to figure out where I should weigh in on this a little bit. The way the national standard 1 and the timeline in the MSA, it basically lays out that the National Marine Fisheries Service should take, from my read, should be implemented by October of 23. That's the guidance that is provided to the council, and I was going to get to that was my point here with this slide, I guess, before the question. But there is a recommendation embedded in that MSA and National Standard 1 that the council action should be submitted to NMFS within 15 months of notification of overfish to ensure sufficient time for the secretary to implement measures. And that's about the only guidance I have to provide. So I'll look for other council members or anybody else know at GC if there needs to be chiming in on that.
Counselor.
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Baker, I can just point to it's section 304E3 of the MSA says that within 2 years after identification that a stock is overfished, secretary shall prepare and implement a rebuilding plan. So implementation is supposed to occur within 2 years, which is why the National Standard 1 guidelines suggest the council submit the plan within 15 months.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Then, given that guidance, would we still have an opportunity to take final action in December or February and meet that timeframe of 15 months? I just want to feel how hard and fast this date is for council final action. Should we want to look at some additional alternatives?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The deadline is quite firm, and it'll depend on the nature of what the council's recommendation is. But we expect that if the council takes final action in December, we would have time to implement it. If it's going to be a more involved action and we're delayed until February, we would not be able to implement it in time. And if the council is not on track to have the rebuilding plan in place by October of 2023, then the agency would have to initiate development of the rebuilding plan. And we have, I believe, 9 months to do so.
All right, Mr. McCracken.
Quickly winding down to the last few slides here for my presentation. So at this meeting, the council was supposed to select snow crab rebuilding alternatives for analysis, and so the paper includes some draft strawman alternatives that were lifted from the St. Matthew's blue king crab rebuilding plan at their initial review, and so that was a starting point. So the draft alternative 1, no action. The state harvest strategy with no rebuilding plan. With this, obviously, would be a violation of the MSA to take no action to establish a rebuilding plan. But we must also include obviously a draft alternative 1 as part of as part of an action. Draft alternative 2 would set the target rebuilding time for the number of years necessary to rebuild the stock to BMSY at a probability of greater than or equal to 50%. The rebuilding time would ideally be achieved in less than 10 years with a Tmax of 10 years. Obviously, to remind you, fastest rebuilding time is Tmin at F equals 0. I think too many buttons to push. So based on the council's analytical range in the St. Matthew Blade King Crab rebuilding plan in 2020, the council might also consider as a starting point 2 draft options. Option 1, which would be no directed fishing until the stock is rebuilt. And option 2, allow a directed fishery fishing to open based on the state harvest strategy while the stock is rebuilding. The council could also consider other measures in the rebuilding plan to reduce snow crab mortality in groundfish fisheries. Any changes in the bycatch measures would require an amendment to the groundfish FMP and would need to be implemented via regulations and would require an RIR. The council should weigh in the additional analytic complexity and required time for council deliberation of these measures and the rebuilding time against the conservation benefits to snow crab stock and the risk of not meeting the MSA requirements to implement a rebuilding plan within 2 years. I believe that's my last slide, Mr. Chairman. It is.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Are there any final questions? Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McCracken, I was just wondering, you showed us 2 draft alternatives, no fishing or fishing at the state harvest strategy during the rebuilding period. Could one of the options under alternative 2 include, say, some reduction in the harvest rate specified by the harvest strategy, as in like 50% of the strategy normally applied, for example?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witherall, yes. Those were just options to start the ball rolling in a sense of just putting something on the table. Obviously, the council can come up with any different versions of harvest strategy underneath that rebuilding plan, in which we would analyze over, whenever we get the parameters to rebuild for rebuilding the snow crab.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Thanks again, Mr. McCracken. I believe that'll bring us to the Psc report. Good morning, Mr. Minor and Ms. Goen.
Good morning, Chairman Canine and members of the council. For the record, Steve Minor, the chairman of Psc, the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee. And with me, Jamie Goen, also a member of Psc. I'm waiting for the good news on crab. On May 25th, Psc had a quite extensive meeting. I'd first like to thank the council. We had 5 council staff members. We had 3 people from the agency. We had Scott Goodman from the Research Foundation. And it was a very productive, extensive discussion of red king crab, opilio, the council process, and several smaller issues. It is our intent now to meet again at least once before the October council meeting and to start playing a more active role. As a reminder, this is an advisory committee that is responsible to both this body and the Board of Fish because of the hybrid nature of management that involves both this body and the State Board of Fish. Turning directly to the agenda item at hand, opilio and rebuilding. After quite extensive discussions, primarily with John McCracken, the Psc passed a motion that aggregated several issues, and I'd like to read you that motion and then take any questions you have on that or any other issue from that meeting. Psc recommends the snow crab rebuilding plan consider removing the minimum PSC floor, reusing the Cobles boundary, counting PSC caught outside the Cobles area, extending the time to rebuild past 10 years for the needs of fishing communities, and in particular, St. Paul, estimating the impacts of unobserved fishing mortality, and with a goal of maintaining the directed commercial crab fishery while rebuilding. And this motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. We will move into our Ssc report.
Hello again, Mr. Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel, and I'm co-chair of the Ssc. And with me is Dr. Franz Muter, the other co-chair, and together we're going to give you the presentation on C3 BSAI crab. And just so that you know, I'm going to run through everything except for snow crab, and Franz is going to talk to you about snow crab, and you can ask questions of either one of us. So we had a few in our meeting. We had a few general comments for crab stock assessment authors that went across assessments. The first one is that the Ssc recommends that a stock structure template be completed for all red king crab stocks in the EBS. We've used this for snow crab as part of the spatial management policy, but we have not actually done this for crab. And so my understanding is that crab authors, the red king crab authors, will work together on this to do it, or at least that's our recommendation. So the Ssc also suggests that a brief summary of model features and runs is sufficient documentation for preliminary model runs. And that's just going to shorten some of the documentation at this first meeting. The Ssc then requests that the CPT develop guidelines for when to change model start dates. So there were 2 crab stocks during these preliminary runs that for which there is a proposed model run with a change in the start date of that model. And so while changing the start date might simplify models and improve model fits, the Ssc also recognized that you may lose some historical context for the stock. And so when the Ssc asked the CPT to think this through and come up with guidelines across stocks, and in doing so, consider data availability, model complexity, impacts to recruitment, perspective on long-term changes in the population, such as natural mortality. There we go. Sorry, I've got a little box. I can't read it. Such as natural mortality, and then also impacts to stock projections. Oh. Yeah, you did the same thing I did. It's actually easier to use this. Left click. There we go. So on to Aleutian Island's golden king crab. So there was a full assessment at this meeting, and background golden king crab, Aleutian Island golden king crab is based on 2 models, one in the eastern area, one in the western area, and the information from them is summed to provide an OFL and an ABC for the entire area. The stock has been decreasing in recent years, and this stock assessment is actually the only stock assessment that currently relies only on fisheries CPUE as the survey information. So the stock under the selected model is in tier 3A, and we're able to say that it is not overfished at this time, and overfishing will be assessed in October when the remainder of the harvest is taken in the western area. The Ssc recommends that model 21.1E2 is used, and this is in agreement with the CPT and the author, I believe. And the Ssc also supported the 25% AVC buffer, which was recommended by the crab plan team. This 25% buffer is, I believe it's the same as 2 years ago. Last year, the Ssc increased the buffer to 30% because there were concerns about convergence of the model. And since then, the author did work on this, did a jitter analysis and confirmed that there are no convergence concerns. And so that's the primary reason that both the CPT and the Ssc recommend going back to the 25% buffer. The 25% in itself includes factors such as the fact that there's no independent survey, there's continued retrospective pattern in the eastern and actually also the western area. There's a declining, there's a model which the authors have done that includes an interaction term between year and area. It was not selected this year because there actually was not a diagnostic plot with it, but it is a model that both the Ssc and the CPT would like to move to. We think it gives sort of additional information, and in that model, there's a declining trend in the CPUE time series that's actually more extreme than the model that was chosen, and so that's part of the uncertainty that's then included into the buffer. I'm going to take it back. Okay. Second one is that for research, the Ssc supports research recommendations from the crab plan team. And these include model development with a consideration for one combined model with 2 areas, as well as incorporating the cooperative survey data. Another recommendation is exploring the use of the NIMS Aleutian Islands Trawl survey data. A third is investigating the potential source of conflict between the CPUE indices and the size composition data in these models, which we expect that it may be causing the retrospective pattern in the eastern area. And finally, we recommend a model run that includes this year area interaction that I mentioned in the CPUE index. That's what I have for Aleutian Islands Golden, and I will keep going if you wish. Okay, for Bristol Bay, we had a number of models for which we did model run, specified model runs at this meeting. Bristol Bay red king crab was one of them. There were 11 models considered, and they address a number of things, including the way that natural mortality, the Bering Sea Fishery Research Foundation data, and catchability are modeled, as well as a change to the start year of the model. And the Ssc supported the crab plan team recommendations for 2 models, 21.1b and 22.a. And these use the base GMAX model with updated bycatch data. And the second one, the 22.0a, has an estimated natural mortality. It keeps the Bering Sea BSFRF data in the model, and it changes the start year to 1985. The Ssc had suggested exploring ways to incorporate survey data in our minutes, and that's essentially about estimating catchability in sort of a linked way between the data sets. Finally, as I mentioned in the general comments, Bristol Bay red king crab is one of the stocks for which the Ssc requests be incorporated into that stock structure template for June 2023. For Tanner crab runs, the authors continued to focus on reducing the complexity of the model and also addressing parameters that have historically been hitting bounds during estimation. And we really appreciate the work that's been done on that. The Ssc supports the CPT recommended models for September, and I've got 4 of them here. I am not going to read these verbatim because they're on the slide, but I can tell you the types of things that they include are using aggregated fishery catch instead of sex-specific catches, using a new start date of 1982, using and incorporating bootstrap estimates of annual input sample sizes. The Ssc supports the crab planting recommendations for future work, and these include approaches to include the BSFRF survey data, developing the model so that you can model the ADF and G management areas as separate fisheries within that same model, and then continuing progress towards GMAX. The Ssc also does realize, though, that it may be wise to delay that implementation or application of GMAX to this model until snow crab model is approved, and that's partly because of the terminal mold for both species. For St. Matt blue king crab, the Ssc agrees with the CPT recommended models to bring forward, and these include essentially there's a single model with data for this year. So one of them is just comparing it to the historical model. The author is considering changing size bins in the model, and the Ssc had some discussion over this. The Ssc does suggest that the authors consider empirical measures of molting probability that can inform the model. So in other words, including like a growth matrix as it relates to where to set the bins when you bin crab by length. For model runs for Pribilof Island red king crab, Pribilof Island reds are on a triennial cycle, last done in 2019. The Ssc recommends model 22.1, and this is a GMAX model with updated data as our base model, and then also recommends 3 new models. And these three are not ones that were actually brought forward at this meeting for us to preview like we normally would like to. They are ones that the Ssc had previously asked for, but they weren't completed by this time. And so the CPT recommended that they come forward in October, and the Ssc had some discussion because we normally want to see these models ahead of time. We did decide for a number of reasons that it was worthwhile bringing these forward, and I think it'll be on the next slide, but there'll be a higher evaluation of scrutiny at the meeting in October. But these 3 include including ADF and G pot survey data, including NIMS survey size composition data, and then a model that has them both. So this is the one that just says they were not reviewed, and they'll be held to a greater level of scrutiny in October. The Ssc does support. This goes back to our general recommendations for addressing the connectivity between Pribilof Island reds and other king crab stocks. And I'll hand it over to Franz for the next ones.
Yeah, good morning, members of the council. I'll be presenting the snow crab considerations in 2 sections here. The first one focusing on the assessment model, and the second section focusing on the rebuilding analyses, and obviously the 2 are closely related. So we reviewed some proposed models and model runs for the 2022 snow crab assessment, and there's been an effort for several years to move this to a GMAX version, and we after a fairly exhaustive analysis by the authors, we find that the new GMAX version of the snow crab model is clearly a much better platform for fitting the data, and has a number of other advantages, including it greatly enhances the transparency and reproducibility, and it also will facilitate further model development, as there's still a number of unresolved issues that are much better addressed in the GMAX version. So we recommend adopting that as the new base model, the GMAX version of the previous model for the 2022 assessment, as well as for rebuilding. So we supported essentially the CPT recommendations to bring forward these 4 versions. One is just a direct translation from the old model to GMAX that tries to mimic the old model as closely as possible. There were some concerns on the way mortality was allowed to be estimated in GMAX that resulted in much higher M's and we believe unrealistic M's. So one of the model versions, the CPT and the Ssc are asking for is a model that constrains M to be more consistent with the recent estimates of M and what we understand about the stock. The third model here is just a minor fix that to the way the initial numbers at H were fixed in the previous version. And then a model that includes both of those that we kind of expect to be the new base model. And then in addition, we're asking to bring forward tier 4 model calculations with the current estimate of M, the base M, as a fallback option in the fall. We had a number of recommendations on this last year that couldn't be addressed this cycle, and we are highlighting just a few of those. And in particular, we strongly recommend that analysts prioritize working towards some kind of model-based survey index that incorporates the Northern Bering Sea data into the assessment because of the large number of snow crab in the Northern Bering Sea and the potential for smaller mature males in the Northern Bering Sea. We also strongly recommend, as for all assessments, to appropriately characterize uncertainty intervals for any estimates of biomass and abundance in the assessment. We recommended that the author work with BSFRF to summarize observations from harvesters, such as CPUE in space and time that may help inform the stock dynamics. We saw an analysis of the drivers of the recent collapse that you just received earlier, and we found that there is fairly convincing evidence for a strong link between temperature and snow crab mortality, and that, in our mind, provides sufficient support for using some form of a higher mortality scenario or mortality events that best represent recent and likely future conditions when we do projections for the rebuilding analyses. So this leads into the rebuilding analyses.
Ms. Kimball.
Ms. Kimball. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Franz. There's on that recommendation on your previous slide on the top one, and this has obviously come up before, has been an issue for not having had any of the Northern Bering Sea data incorporated into the assessment when we see that stock moving north and west. And so the other bullets on that previous slide look like they're things that you're requesting be done pretty quickly. That one doesn't look like something that staff or the stock assessment author or anyone could accommodate very quickly. But did you have a discussion about the timeline for doing that so we understand what we're looking at? It seems to be a priority for everyone.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we had some general discussion about the high priority, and we've obviously highlighted that before, but we do understand that may not be possible for this fall because of the demands on the analysts. But we are encouraging everybody to move this forward as quickly as possible. Ideally in the fall, but there are constraints on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks. Is there current work on this sort of an index?
Yes, we understand that there has been there have been some efforts to develop an appropriate index, but there are obviously a lot of demands on the analysts for a lot of the other stocks to develop model-based indices, and we're just highlighting that snow crab should be prioritized in that context.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Muter, thinking about the last bullet here. And this is aimed at projections for rebuilding analyses. And it doesn't appear to also be aimed at producing actual forecasts for the next year for specs for the next year. Am I correct that when the Ssc is recommending trying to best represent recent conditions, that you're mostly thinking about just what the trajectory should look like for rebuilding? The question, I think, is why not also be making use of some of the new tools, such as the marine heat wave forecasting tool that's been developed recently, and actually linking that in and using that for projections for stock abundance for the specs?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Twide, that's actually a very good point. And we did not discuss that in the context of the assessment because of the, for a 1 year projection at this point, we are assuming that mortality went back to, sort of the base level. There's no evidence that the mortality in the most recent year has been really high. But in the longer term for the projections for the rebuilding analyses, and I'll be speaking to our recommendations in that regard, we realize that there is a higher likelihood of these kinds of mortality events in the future. So with that rebuilding timeframe, it will be really important to include that. We did not ask for that in this year's assessment for the upcoming year, for projections for the upcoming year.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Getting into the rebuilding analyses then, we reviewed some of the initial rebuilding projections that were really kind of preliminary projections, and any of the supporting analyses and the CPT recommendations on this item. We did find that the snow crab rebuilding is really highly dependent on projections of these sort of extreme temperature events associated with the changes that we've been seeing in the Bering Sea. And so we recommend that for the further analyses that this be reflected. The potential for having these mortality events in the future, like the one that we observed in 2018, 2019, that really needs to be done before appropriate rebuilding parameters can be selected, and that includes the determination of Tmax and Tmin. At this point, we did not feel comfortable using the preliminary projections that were brought forward to making that determination. We do, again, support the CPT recommendation to use GMAX software as a basis for any of these further analyses, and that also aligns the model for projections with the stock assessment model. We do, however, recommend that the prior natural mortality that was used for the rebuilding model is made consistent with last year's assessment model and what we consider to be the likely preferred model for 2022 to keep the mortality at what we believe is more reflective of the dynamics of the stock. The one important part of the rebuilding plan is specifying what we believe to be a reasonable period from which to draw the recruitment in future years for the projections. And unlike in most other rebuilding plans in the past, we're also recommending that we use a similar approach to deal with mortality going forward. So in other words, building some variability into mortality going forward. So we recommend using a resampling approach for the projections for 4 different time periods to kind of bracket the range of plausible rebuilding trajectories. The periods that we recommend are 1982 through 2017, which is consistent with one of the projections that, or one of the analyses that was brought forward. So that's a period that, it's a long time series of recruitment in the past. It does not include the recent mortality event of 2018, 2019. So this would be assuming mortality doesn't change. So that's kind of a base case for reference, really. Then an extended period, 1982 through 2019, that does include the recent mortality events. So and the way we had recommended doing this is to essentially in future years draw randomly from the mortalities that were estimated for different years over the past, and that's the base mortality for 1982 through 2017, and then a higher mortality in 2018-19. So in this case, that means in 2 out of every 37 years or 38 years, I guess, you would get a higher mortality event in the projections. So every once in a while, you get another warm heat wave induced mortality event, presumably. The third analysis would be a shorter time period that would reflect, probably better reflect more recent recruitment conditions, and the authors had provided some rationale for that in their document. And so this increases the likelihood that you're because you have a shorter time series on which to base the M going forward, mortality going forward. So it increases the probability that you get these high mortality events. And then finally, the last time period was chosen in part also based on, just looking at a more recent period where we've seen these warm and cold contrasting conditions in the Bering Sea, but also to approximate what some of the analyses suggest, that there is a roughly 1 in 7 chance of elevated temperatures or marine heat waves occurring and associated elevated mortality events under the current climate conditions and the near-term future climate conditions. So that's in this context sort of the high mortality event, a more realistic scenario, given what we understand about climate change in the Bering Sea.
Dr. Muter, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Dr. Muter. I guess I just wanted to better understand, like, for instance, we just got a lot of presentation on the direct effect of temperature on this stock in the past couple of years. I guess I need more explanation on why we would even look at a time period that ends at 2017. I heard you say for reference, but why would we consider that in our rebuilding trajectory when we don't think that's a plausible scenario?
Thank you through the chair. That's again a good point, but that is sort of the reference level to bracket the range of possibilities that we want to look at. It's certainly possible. We've seen some indication that the Bering Sea is cooling to some extent right now. We've also seen these prolonged period of warm and cool conditions. So it's not unreasonable to assume that that we might have a prolonged period of going back to more base level conditions. And so we felt like this was a good kind of lower range of the possibilities. The other advantages, and I'll get into that, we have to specify what we want to rebuild back to, the BMSY, and the BMSY is currently based on that same period. It's assuming going forward a natural mortality at the base level, and we've never done anything different for other rebuilding projections. That was another reason why we thought that this would be, one end of the spectrum.
Thank you. And that really helps. And then to understand further what this might look like in terms of getting 4 different time periods, does that mean whatever rebuilding alternatives we put forward, then in October, we would have different timelines or trajectories under each of these scenarios? And we'd expect the Ssc in October then to give us more advice on which of those we should choose. Not that the council would come back and have to choose one of these scenarios under the certain options. Is that my understanding of what this would look like coming back to us?
Yeah, through this chair, thanks for the question. That would be my understanding, that we would make a determination in October of which one of the projections that are brought forward, best represent the dynamics of the stock. And there is, I don't know, there's some policy aspect to this, obviously, but we wanted to, as in other rebuilding analyses, we generally provide a range of rebuilding scenarios because we don't know what the future is going to bring. I'll leave it at that if Sherry wants to add to that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that was my understanding as well, is that we would likely specify in October, because each one of these projection scenarios will have a different T-min. And I recognize that that's what you all will need for setting alternatives. So, and I know that the goal is to set alternatives, well, given our recommendations, to at least to come up with your absolute ones in October. And so I believe that that's what you'll need. So I think that would be our charge.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one more follow-up to that. Sort of further following Ms. Kimball's question, wouldn't the combination of using that year sequence, 1982 through 2017, for both the sampling pool for resampling, as well as the basis of the BMSY, doesn't that essentially have almost a compounding cumulative effect of setting up an ideal paradigm that just doesn't match in any way the world that we think we're now living in?
Through the chair, yes, in some sense, you could certainly argue that that's the most unrealistic of these scenarios, potentially, but it is in the internally most consistent scenario in the sense that we pick a reference level to which we're trying to rebuild that is based on that same range of mortalities, on a base rate of what we think was the natural mortality or non-fishing mortality in the past. We use that mortality in the projections going forward to rebuild back to, so you will be rebuilding back over some time frame, or you have the potential of rebuilding back to your goal over that time frame. Whereas in more extreme scenarios, it's quite possible with the most extreme scenarios in 2005, 2019, that the analysis might show that you can't rebuild to the goal that is based to the BMSY that is based on the base rate mortality.
So in a way, I hear that as an argument that if we go into this with a mismatch between the environment we're creating through our choice of years for resampling, if there's a significant mismatch between that and the BMSY, that we're setting ourselves up for essentially a modeling result that we're not going to be able to attain rebuilding. That makes sense in a way. But it leads me to think that we should be really careful about about basing our rebuilding around the current BMSY estimate. Then if we essentially in the scientist's opinion, if we have to essentially go back a ways in history in order to recreate an environment where we can achieve that, and ignore what we're seeing now, that we're sort of setting ourselves up for a very difficult situation in terms of rebuilding, more like a Pribilof Island blue king crab sort of. We're setting up another one of those situations. That's kind of what I'm hearing in your answer, and maybe I'm reading way too much into it. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair. It's a challenging question for sure, how to best do this. And I believe you saw the projections under, sort of the most extreme mortality scenario that was brought forward in the analyses in May, where there was a zero probability of rebuilding. We certainly don't think we're in that situation. That's why we did not recommend bringing forward a model that assumes that kind of high mortality going forward. But yes, I mean, I think our philosophy, and we had some discussion about that, is that we can set a goal, an optimistic goal for rebuilding. I guess we can call it optimistic in terms of assuming a base rate mortality, and see how these different scenarios will allow us to rebuild, or how long it would take to rebuild to that level of BMSY. And then if conditions change for the worse or in some other unexpected way, then the rebuilding analyses as they updated will have to adjust appropriately.
Looks like we're ready to continue.
Okay, I think I was done with that one. So this is just what we already talked about a little bit. The first bullet is just the recommendation that the BSMI that we use for these rebuilding trajectories be based on each of those specific periods of recruitment. So in the sense of the recruitment that we assume going forward is based on the actual periods in each of those time periods. We do, however, recommend, so this, again, with regards to these time periods, we do recommend that the BMSY calculation use the base mortality from each period. And that's consistent with the treatment of how we treat mortality and projections in all other stocks. And it's not trivial to assume anything else. And that's part of the reason why we certainly didn't feel like we could make a recommendation to try to use variability in mortality or some expected future mortality to actually set the BMSY level for rebuilding. And so we recognize that rebuilding to that BMSY, it is likely going to be delayed. And if we take account of these future mortality events, or the possibility of these future mortality events. The other aspect of rebuilding is, of course, the harvest scenarios. And at this point, we recommend not having T-min and T-max yet, which will come out of these analyses. We recommend examining these alternatives for the fishing mortality alternatives for each of the projections. One, assuming no fishing mortality, as is typically done. One, assuming the average bycatch, including all the groundfish and other crab fisheries over some recent period, and I believe that was 5 years was being used. The third, an approximation of the state harvest control rule that includes bycatch, and then also an approximation of the state harvest control rule without bycatch, so you can evaluate the contribution of bycatch to the ability to rebuild to the goal. And then finally, the FABC as an upper bound.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about the approximation of the state harvest control rule with and without bycatch. Did the Ssc discuss, or how did you did discuss, sorry, I see in the second bullet that bycatch in your definition includes groundfish and other non-snow crab directed fisheries. That's just what I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. So I'll proceed. Then the other issue that was discussed, as you're well aware, is unobserved mortality. And so we suggest including a sensitivity analysis, really a projection that would allow us to do at least a qualitative comparison or a qualitative assessment of the impact of potential unobserved mortality. And we had suggested to use a projection with the state harvest control rule that incorporates an elevated level of bycatch that to the best of our ability includes unobserved mortality in the groundfish trawl fisheries based on previous research that has given us some idea of the range of unobserved mortality and would allow us at least to get an estimate of the impact of sort of an upper bound of unobserved mortality on rebuilding trajectories. We saw some analysis of the bycatch, impact of bycatch, and it appeared to have a minimal impact, but we felt it was good to at least include a sensitivity analysis to also include the unobserved mortality. And then finally, we noted that both the crab plan team and public testimony identified some potential tools for managing snow crab bycatch around changes to the control rules and other ideas that we noted in our minutes.
Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Muter. Regarding that first bullet and the conversation about qualitative comparisons with unobserved mortality, my recollection is with what's been presented on non-pelagic trawl. That's a pretty big range of potential. And I don't have any pelagic trawl studies coming to mind where you would have anything to even begin to guess. So I guess my question is, did the Ssc discuss how whoever's doing these projections might go about determining what range to use?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. That we did discuss that, and there have been previous analyses that were, and I should have clarified that were all focused on the non-pelagic trawls, and we felt that there is enough information to inform the upper range of unobserved mortality in the non-pelagic trawl fisheries, but that there is no reliable estimate to do that for the pelagic trawl fishery. So this sensitivity analysis would only reflect unobserved mortality in the non-pelagic trawl fishery.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up to that. I guess if I'm hearing you correctly, that sounds like despite the recommendation to consider unobserved mortality, you would be saying to consider 0 as the rate of unobserved mortality in the pelagic trawl fishery in the absence of information. Is that what you're saying, or is there any guidance that you were intending, the SSC was intending to give to the analysts on how to come up with some sort of approximation in the absence of studies or data to rely upon?
Through the chair, your interpretation is correct. We essentially are implicitly not accounting for any potential unobserved mortality in the pelagic trawl fishery with this approach, and we really felt that there is no information to inform that. If you know, the SSC did not have any guidance on estimating or on providing a reasonable upper bound even for unobserved mortality in the pelagic trawl fishery, and in the absence of that, we felt the best we could do is to limit this to what we know about unobserved mortality in the non-pelagic trawl fishery.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Muter. Why wouldn't you include a number just to make sure that we would know what the upper bound of bycatch that might impact the recovery be? If you, instead of using 0, why wouldn't we use a range of different numbers to plug in so that we were absolutely sure if we weren't going to do anything to reduce bycatch, we'd be absolutely sure that it would have to be double what it is now, or triple, or 5 times. Like, it'd be helpful if we had some upper bound that we had included in a comparison so that we were sure that we weren't overlooking the possibility that bottom contact had a significant impact on recovery.
Yeah, through the chair. So we do actually have a comment in our minutes, I believe, at least it came up in discussions too, that ideally what we would do is once we have a T-min and T-max and apply some kind of harvest control rule, whether that's the state harvest control rule or some fraction thereof, the analysts can then determine how big would the bycatch have to be to prevent us from rebuilding by a certain timeline, or what would be the effect on the rebuilding timeline of, estimating essentially through an iterative process what's the maximum bycatch that would still, that you would have to account for, that would still get us to the goal.
Thank you.
If I may follow up on that though, I mean, the analyst's ability to do that is not necessarily clear to us. We have a comment on that in the minutes, but that is, we're not sure if that's going to be possible to do that. And that also depends on which scenario or which rebuilding trajectory is ultimately chosen.
Please continue.
Okay, I just have one more slide on rebuilding. Again, this just reiterates what we said earlier on the model. The SSC again found that the Northern Bering Sea may be increasingly important to snow crab dynamics, and that both the rebuilding analysis and the assessment may also be strongly informed by the 2022 Trawl survey data. So to the extent possible, we recommend that these sources of information be included in both analyses, assessment and the rebuilding plan. And that concludes the comments on rebuilding.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muter. Based on our earlier conversation too, I wanted to understand that better. The Northern Bering Sea may be increasingly important, and the rebuilding analysis should be informed by the 2022 Eastern Bering Sea Trawl survey, like our standard survey. And so is there any level of information that we could use from the Northern Bering Sea survey that would affect the rebuilding plan in any way? Or is it just provide those trends that we're seeing to provide context?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So this, you're correct that this refers to the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl survey, unless the analysts would be able to include a survey estimate that is based on the entire area, which appears unlikely for the fall. And yeah, maybe if you want to add to that.
Sure. I think that the crab plant team made very clear to the Ssc that the analyst would not have time, would have to do the rebuilding essentially before the 22 data came in, because when the 22 data came in, he would actually need to do the model itself for specs in October. And so we were told that there would not be time to include this 22 data in the rebuilding analysis. And I think the Ssc didn't want to preclude that they could if some magic happened and they were able to do it, because obviously the Ssc felt like it could be influential, but due to the time limit, we also recognize it just may not happen. So I think part of this was leaving it open. The other piece, though, was that I know that we mentioned in our discussion, and I'm not positive if it's in our minutes, but that any information from 2022, or at this point, we only really get anecdotal evidence of what happened, or preliminary evidence of what happened in the Northern Bering Sea by the Ssc meeting in October. And so we don't have that data to incorporate into the assessment. It's usually not finished at that time. But I know that we did mention in our discussion that the 22 data in the Eastern Bering Sea, any preliminary information in the Northern Bering Sea, could inform us as to what is occurring when we evaluate our rebuilding options, even if the data itself is not incorporated. That was the sort of only other way that we could sort of incorporate the most recent knowledge.
Ms. Kimball.
Good. Sorry. If I could add one clarification to that, maybe. Through the chair. One of the things that I probably didn't clarify earlier when we asked for bringing forward the Northern Bering Sea or a model that incorporates Northern Bering Sea data is that we did include in our minutes and in our discussions clarified that that would not have to include the most recent year because of the constraints on actually including that. So we sometimes have indices that just don't include the most up-to-date information, but we can still include Northern Bering Sea observations from previous years that is available.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I did see that in the minutes, and so maybe this bullet should be, I should have interpreted it a little differently. The rebuilding analysis, as we understand it, will not be strongly informed by the 2022 trawl survey. We wish that it would, but it won't. So we should set those expectations, I guess. Is there any process, and if this isn't an appropriate question for the Ssc, please stop me, but is there any process by which we can reevaluate as we go through a rebuilding plan? So we get simply because we've missed a couple of years of data in this fishery altogether, specifically 2020. So our recent data is fairly lacking. So did the Ssc discuss any opportunities through a rebuilding plan to incorporate our newer survey data as we move through that time period? And now I feel like I'm asking the wrong people because NOAA is shuffling around. I think it's a pretty important question. I just hope we could get a response at least sometime before we take action.
Yep. Dr. Dressel, if you'd like.
I guess I'll be a little careful on this. I know that it is I know that rebuilding is reevaluated every 2 years, but I don't know what pieces of that, like targets, team, and all that stuff, which I'm guessing somebody else would be better informed to tell you what can change in reevaluation.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that we've got flexibility here. So if new information becomes available that warrants revisiting and updating a rebuilding plan, we can incorporate that new information at any time.
Counselor.
Thank you through the chair, Ms. Kimball. One further point is we can discontinue a rebuilding plan if we determine that the stock was not actually overfished. Like if there's new data that showed it wasn't overfished in the year it was determined to be overfished. So if new information came in and we found that it's not overfished or wasn't overfished, we can discontinue the plan in addition to revising it in response to future information. So if that helps.
Can I follow up? It does help a lot. And since you're on the mic, I wondered if that new information is also relative to the SSC's recognition that rebuilding to BMSY specified in the way that we've discussed, it could be delayed by future mortality events. Like what kind of flexibility the council might have in determining the timeline as we learn more about what's really happening with mortality events. Can we still be showing adequate progress in meeting the requirements of the MSA? And I don't know if you have anything to add there.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the only thing I'd have to add is that's something that you could be incorporated into the rebuilding plan. That is the sort of thing that council would consider in evaluating rebuilding progress, or ask the secretary to consider in evaluating rebuilding progress. So we look at lots of things when we evaluate rebuilding progress, not just a change in stock size, but whether ecological conditions are as expected or changing, or whether there's new information, not just in terms of the size of the stock. So that's something you can include in the rebuilding plan if the council thinks there's other things that are important for the secretary to consider.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr. Chair. We don't have a lot of experience with rebuilding plans.
No, great line of questioning. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a similarly related question to what we've been talking about, but it strikes me that the SSC is recommending a lot of things to the stock assessment author to do, both for the stock assessment process this fall and for this rebuilding plan. And I appreciate the importance and the rationale you've provided for all of those recommendations. Did the SSC also discuss prioritization among those recommendations if that is necessary due to the timeline constraints?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yeah, we did discuss that, and we did not limit the harvest scenarios. So we are asking, I think once the model is set up, running multiple harvest scenarios is relatively easy. It's all relative. We did discuss if we have to prioritize to bracket the time periods that we talked about to only considering the 1982 through 2017 and what we consider sort of the most optimistic scenario, and the most on the other side of the spectrum, the most pessimistic or really most realistic scenario that builds in that has a roughly 1 in 7 year chance of a mortality event, and starting with those and then considering the other time periods. That would cut down substantially on the analyst's time.
Don't see any further questions. I think we're ready to move on.
So I'll give the last couple of slides. We had for the crab planting report, we had a couple additional topics. So one was updates to the survey. NIMS proposed at the crab planting, and then in our presentation as well, dropping Eastern Bering Sea survey corner stations around the Pribilofs and around St. Matthew Islands to free up staff and survey resources for sampling other areas. And one of the things that they had mentioned was that, you know, if they drop the corner stations, they might be able to do some deep stations at the northwest edge of the Eastern Bering Sea survey grid that we've talked about for snow crab in the past. They gave some specifics as to how long it takes, how much it costs, and one of the notes that they made was that there are The impacts to abundance, length, composition, and general crab stock assessment results are likely minimal, except for Pribilof Island red king crab and St. Matt's blue king crab. So the Ssc agrees with the crab plan team and recommends not changing the Eastern Bering Sea surveys stations at this time. And part of our discussion was that we've talked about changes to surveys in the past, and they're all relative. Obviously, it would be great to keep everything, but that is not realistic. But knowing how much you can keep and what the trade-off is between cost benefit analysis essentially often takes additional information. And so we recommended that corner station sampling be included in sort of future survey strategic planning analyses. And we've looked at those in we had a workshop, essentially strategic planning, where we were given a goal or told these are of these things you can choose from, which would be the highest priority and lowest priority. And so I think that a setting like that would be helpful for the Ssc in giving recommendations on this. The second type of survey change or updates to the survey that was examined at the crab plan team was a proposed change to increasing the resampling threshold from greater than 10% of pre-molt mate females to 25%, and limit the number of resampling stations to 1. So essentially at this point, well, I'll go on. So the resampling currently occurs at 20 to 30 stations, and it uses about 7 to 10 days at sea to do that. And so the primary goal of changing this threshold of when you would go back and resample was to improve, the primary goal of resampling is to improve the accuracy of the size composition data for post-molt females. The other goals of doing the resampling include improving abundance estimates for mature females and estimates of reproductive status. The proposed change would only have excluded 1 year of resampling that has happened in the past. That was 2021 since 1999. And the impacts on the size compositions in that year would have been minimal. So the Ssc noted that the proposed change, it may potentially free up survey resources, but it's not likely to enhance the performance of the resampling program. The Ssc notes that the analysis did not address the broader impacts of the proposed change on the Bristol Bay red king crab stock assessment going forward, and that was really a focus of our discussion. The Ssc recommends, therefore, that the current resampling protocols remain in place. And just like I mentioned on the last slide, the Ssc does recommend that, again, this resampling, if the goal is for sort of cost savings versus information that you gain, that be included in future strategic planning analyses as well. The last topic that we have is that the crab plan team brought forward let me go back a little bit. Last October, crab plan team asked the Ssc, they said that to understand whether or not risk tables were sort of useful for crab in sort of organizing their thinking and tracking all the things that we normally track year to year to see if the buffer should go up or go down, that some experience with these risk tables would be helpful. And so the Ssc said, go ahead and bring forward a draft risk table. When I presented in front of you, then the recommendation was not going sort of full throttle back to work on crab when we hadn't yet completely finalized our process for risk tables on groundfish. And so we had already recommended to the crab plan team that they do this draft risk table. And so what sort of offline, the information we gave them is, you can go ahead if you have time and do a draft risk table, but that is just for exploring how this process works. How would you, and how it would compare to the current buffer system, but not plan on having a final risk table or moving forward with risk tables for crab right now. So they did bring it forward at this meeting for our feedback. And one of the questions that they asked is whether it should be completed by the author or the plan team. And so we went back to previous guidance from our workshop report and confirmed that in the risk table process, they should be initially done by a stock author and then with input from the CPT. They also asked where these should be held, and we replied that they would be held in the CRAB safe documents. And we gave, I think, a couple other suggestions. And finally, we commended the author for doing this. And they asked whether they could bring forward another draft to us in October. And we said that yes, that they could go ahead and continue working with it. Obviously, that is depends on the comments you make here as well, but that's where we went with it.
Thank you both very much and for all the work on this. Any final questions on the Ssc report? Okay, thank you so much. That'll bring us to our advisory panel report. Let's see, Ms. Christensen. Good morning.
Good morning. Get myself settled in here. Okay. All right, for the record, Ruth Christensen here to give the advisory panel report on agenda item C3. We have two motions from the advisory panel. Motion number 1, the advisory panel reviewed the CPT report and recommends the council adopt the updated Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab Safe Report, as well as approve the 2022-2023 Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the crab plan team and Ssc. That motion passed unanimously. I can pause for questions on that one. Okay.
I think we're good.
All right. Motion number 2. The advisory panel recommends the council adopt the following purpose, I think that's supposed to say purpose and need, and range of alternatives for rebuilding Bering Sea snow crab. Purpose and need. The Bering Sea snow crab stock was declared overfished in October 2021 because the estimated spawning biomass was below the minimum stock size threshold specified in the crab FMP. To comply with the provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, a rebuilding plan must be implemented prior to the start of the 2023-2024 fishing season. In addition, the MSA at Section 304E provides several considerations to balance while rebuilding a stock as quickly as possible. Those considerations inform the following goals for the Bering Sea snow crab rebuilding plan. 1, to minimize the adverse social and economic impacts associated with rebuilding, including adverse impacts on fishermen and fishing communities. 2, to equitably distribute both the conservation burdens and recovery benefits among fishing sectors. And 3, to protect the quantity and quality of crab and crab habitat necessary to support the stock at healthy levels in the future. This action is necessary to facilitate compliance with the requirements of the MSA to end and prevent overfishing, rebuild overfished stocks, and achieve optimum yield, and to be consistent with NOAA's national catch share policy for rationalized fisheries, which are intended to help rebuild fisheries and sustain fishermen, communities, and vibrant working waterfronts. Alternatives. Action alternatives must set target rebuilding timeframe for the number of years necessary to rebuild the stock to BMSY level at a probability of greater than or equal to 50%. The stock will be considered rebuilt once it reaches BMSY. Alternative 1, no action, state harvest strategy with no rebuilding plan, which is the same as listed in the council analysis on page 29. Alternative 2, rebuilding thresholds, T-min, T-max, T-target, set using an optimistic scenario for natural mortality where T-min is less than or equal to 10 years. Option A, as fast as possible, no snow crab removals at all, F equal to 0. Option B is dynamic. Allow the directed snow crab fishery to open based on a revised state harvest strategy to reduce discards and or with a reduced fishing rate while the stock is rebuilding. Implement bycatch reductions and habitat protections. Little I, create a dynamic closed area to protect core areas of abundance. Double little I. Not sure how to read those. Revised closed area around the Pribilof Islands to protect crab and crab habitat. And then the third one is to remove the PSC floor and count bycatch throughout the stocks range towards PSC. Option C, fishing emphasis. Allow the directed snow crab fishery to open based on the current state harvest strategy while the stock is rebuilding. No changes to bycatch measures or habitat protections. Alternative 3, rebuilding thresholds, T-min, T-max, and T-target are set using a pessimistic scenario for natural mortality where T-min is greater than 10 years. Option A, as fast as possible, no snow crab removals at all, F equal to 0. Option B, dynamic, allow the directed snow crab fishery to open based on a revised state harvest strategy to reduce discards and or with a reduced fishing rate while the stock is rebuilding. Implement bycatch reductions and habitat protections. Again, 1, create a dynamic closed area to protect core areas of abundance. 2, revise closed areas around the Pribilof Islands to protect crab and crab habitat. 3, remove the PSC floor and count bycatch throughout the stocks range towards PSC. Option C, fishing emphasis. Allow the directed snow crab fishery to open based on the current state harvest strategy while the stock is rebuilding. No changes to bycatch measures or habitat protections. Voluntary measures. The AP requests that each Bering Sea sector with crab mortality, directed crab fishery, Pacific cod sectors, AFA pollock, and Amendment 80, present the following to the council in October 2022, along with reports on Bristol Bay red king crab, and therefore in the annual cooperative reports. Voluntary measures for implementation in 2023 and beyond to avoid Bering Sea snow crab and reduce crab mortality in the non-directed fisheries. Measures in the directed crab fishery to reduce discard mortality of Bering Sea snow crab, and a description of research that would inform development of more flexible and effective spatial management measures, gear modifications to reduce impacts on the Bering Sea snow crab stock, or to evaluate unobserved mortality in the trawl sector. And that main motion passed 14-3, and there is rationale attached in our minutes.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there's any questions on the AP report. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ruth. I'm just trying to follow along. Maybe the cleanest question is, did you have did the AP have the ability to have the Ssc report or minutes in front of them when they were working on this motion?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we didn't. We did hear, though, I mean, there were members of the public that were able to listen to the Ssc discussion, and, you know, and they, I think, their understanding of the Ssc discussion and fed into ultimately what came out of the AP. Because we heard about it through public testimony in that way.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry if you covered this already, but as I'm looking at alternative 2 and alternative 3, the way I seem to see it is really the only difference for those two in terms of the options and the alternative itself is whether an optimistic scenario for natural mortality or a pessimistic scenario for natural mortality is selected. Am I reading that correctly?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, you are correct.
Thanks, Ruth. Since I only get 2 questions. My second question has to do with the recommendation under both option Bs to implement habitat protection, presumably that would create a dynamic closed area to protect core areas of abundance. Did the Ssc, excuse me, the AP discuss how, did you have any discussions about what that looks like in terms of I presume that means a regulated dynamic closure program, and if so, how that would be implemented on an annual basis? Did you discuss that at all?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, a lot of the discussion at the AP was on this recommendation for the dynamic closures. And yes, the assumption was that it would be put in regulation. And so there were members of the AP that were concerned about the inclusion of this option and how it would be regulated was one of those concerns. But we didn't get into any more detail than that.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ruth, my question is also about the dynamic closures. I see in the rationale where there were, for and against including these, but what I really am wondering is what did the AP think a dynamic closed area was? I mean, did you have discussions about in what way it was dynamic? What kind of triggers one would use or anything like that would shine more light on the dynamics of the dynamic closed area?
Ms. Campbell, through the chair, you are touching on again, some of the concerns that were raised by AP members, because we didn't have that level of detail and it wasn't really provided. There was an example put forward of a Canadian closure system, but we didn't get into the details of that. It was just mentioned during our conversation. So we did not get into the details of what that dynamic closure looked like. And that was a concern for some AP members.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Thanks again. Okay, that will bring us to public comment. We can probably get through a couple before we get to lunch here. So let's see. Looks like there's 14 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher.
Good morning, Chairman Kaneen and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen, and with me is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, an industry trade association representing the majority of harvesters fishing with pot gear for king snow and bear crab in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Crab Rationalization Program. I'd like to direct your attention to our comment letter under this agenda item for more detail. Alaska is known as the gold standard for sustainable fisheries management, and yet we find Alaskan crab fisheries in crisis. The collapse of snow crab and the closure of Bristol Bay red king crab is devastating our industry and Alaska's fishing communities and challenging our markets. We are experiencing a $234 million loss this season and expecting another tough year ahead. That is lost revenue to our fishing families and to our communities. Just a few years ago, we had record high recruitment for snow crab, and many harvesters made big investments in this fishery because things were looking really good. We had some new entrants coming into the fishery and crew investing in quota, exactly what you want to see in a rationalized fishery. Now those same people are facing bankruptcy. This is unprecedented in the United States for a mature rationalized fishery to suffer a stock collapse, in part due to climate change. We risk losing the resource and the crab industry if the council does not act swiftly and aggressively to help crab stocks. It is up to you to pioneer a path forward quickly to rebuild snow crab. ABSC asks the council to create a comprehensive and meaningful rebuilding plan for snow crab that balances rebuilding the stock with maintaining a directed crab fishery and sharing the responsibility of conservation among sectors. Recognizing increasing uncertainty and factors affecting crab, like more rapidly changing ocean conditions and unaccounted for bycatch, among other factors, a comprehensive approach must be taken in the face of this uncertainty. Paired with the uncertainty in the factors affecting crab in the ocean are the uncertainties in the stock assessment model for snow crab, which lacks an understanding of the stock-recruit relationship and natural mortality. Added to all of this is the need to balance the interests of fishing communities and share in the burden of conservation among fishing sectors as required by the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Given that context, I'll step briefly through the elements listed at the bottom of page 2 in our letter that we recommend to be included in the range of alternatives. ABSC recommends a directed fishery be included among all action alternatives. The MSA creates a balancing act by requiring the rebuilding plan to rebuild stocks as fast as possible, but also requiring it to take into account the needs of fishing communities and to allocate restrictions fairly and equitably among fishing sectors. As part of this balancing act, the council should include a directed fishery among all action alternatives, recognizing that may require differing rates of harvest and a review of the state harvest strategy. However, if there is any amount of crab bycatch allowed, there should also be amounts of a directed fishery allowed. There should not be an alternative that closes the directed fishery and only allows bycatch. ABSC recommends the council develop a reasonable and broad range of alternatives that considers uncertainty and provides scenarios where T-min is less than and greater than 10 years. We have a new snow crab stock assessment model at this meeting, and I want to give hats off to the stock assessment author. He's doing a really good work with a tough job. However, we are concerned that the rebuilding parameters from that model as presented to the CPT results in very different T-min values between 7 years and infinity, depending on optimistic or pessimistic future natural mortality. We heard from the Ssc that they would like to look at a scenario with increased frequency of warm years that could lead to high mortality events in 1 out of every 7 years, a more pessimistic scenario. Depending on which natural mortality you choose for the model will have a big impact on our industry. We need a broad range of alternatives until further information comes forward in the fall from the Ssc recommended model runs.
ABSC recommends the rebuilding plan analysis include alternatives with bycatch control measures, and we'd like to align with the recommendations from the crab plan team. We list several there at the bottom of page 2. Once again, one of the most important is protecting mature females in centers of abundance for the stock while it is at such low levels to give it a chance to rebuild. We've seen successful examples of this from other rebuilding plans around the country. We provide an example in our letter on page 5 of a dynamic closure to track and protect centers of abundance for crab based on the data that we have available to us now. And this can be refined as more data becomes available. Another bycatch control measure that is readily available and where much of the analysis was already done under previous crab action is to remove the Psc limit floor, count all bycatch towards Psc, and use the same currency. Having a Psc limit floor is not appropriate for an overfished stock or stock at low levels of abundance. It artificially allows bycatch at higher levels than the stock may be able to handle and does not create an incentive to avoid bycatch. We suggest removing that floor. We request the bycatch of snow crab throughout a stock's range count towards Psc limits consistent with National Standard 3 on management units. Another bycatch control measure is to account for all bycatch in the first place. Right now, unobserved fishing mortality, which is defined as bycatch by NOAA, is not accounted for as bycatch and is assumed to be 0. We all know it is not 0. And while this mortality may not be the cause of the stock decline, it could very well impede recovery while the stock is overfished. The council has information available to estimate unobserved fishing mortality and an obligation to do so. We're pleased with the discussion on this topic at the Ssc and look forward to seeing those estimates. Do you want to wrap up?
that 6 minutes is going really quickly. I'll just do a concluding statement here. We also recommend the rebuilding plan analysis include alternatives with habitat protection measures, and our harvesters care deeply about building a resilient crab fishery. We are here to be proactive and work together with managers, scientists, and other sectors to bring crab stocks back. We can't just sit back, scratch our heads, and collect more science. We need to adapt and take actions now using the information we have while we continue to learn more. We look forward to the council selecting a broad range of alternatives that considers the needs of fishing communities and includes meaningful measures to reduce bycatch and protect habitat to rebuild the snow crab stock and bring Alaska's third most valuable fishery back.
Thank you, Ms. Goen and Mr. Lesher. Ms. Campbell has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For either one of you, I was looking at your comment letter on page 5 where you talk about the dynamic closures, and it really seems to be a suggestion that we could use the summer trawl survey and find the center of abundance each year, and then apply some kind of factor to that to account for seasonal migration. And then it says that a closed area could be drawn to encompass that area through annual in-season management measures. And as far as I know, the council doesn't have annual in-season management authority, nor do we have the ability to draw closures without a full analysis of the impacts on the fisheries that we'd be closing out of various areas. So if you could explain more about how you would envision that dynamic system working within the confines of our fairly inflexible process, I think it would help me understand your proposal.
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, thank you for the question. I'm basing this off of experience in other regions around the country where you can create in-season management measures, flexible in-season management measures. For this type of closure, you would look at the summer trawl survey and then adjust it based on that. You would have to have a frameworked analysis so that the original analysis was comprehensive enough to encompass when you do in-season management each year, that you would have a more minor analysis that goes with that in-season management action. So I think there are models around the country that do this type of work that we could look to.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. And just to follow up, so if we need that very comprehensive analysis to enable later frameworking, is that something that you're envisioning could be completed within the constraints we have with the statutory rebuilding timeframe?
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, thank you for the question. I think there's many ways you can slice and dice this. I think it could be done within the statutory timeframe. There would have to be some adjustments to the schedule. The schedule that's been presented to you is the standard schedule. I think there is some flexibility if the council took a little bit longer to make action for the agency to implement. It would force the agency, though, to have a very restricted timeline and potentially force them into an emergency rule. But I would defer to the agency to answer those questions.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your comments. My question is, we heard from the Ssc in their presentation that crabs are particularly vulnerable when they're molting. And I noticed that in your bullets for what you would like to see in the rebuilding plan, you didn't mention that specifically. I was wondering if that was just incorporated into the comment where you were talking about protecting the centers of abundance for females, that the molting would be included as part of the considerations for that.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thank you for the question, and you're very observant. Yes, it would be included in the alternatives looking at dynamic closed areas or in better understanding and estimating unobserved fishing mortality as well. But we think it's important to protect crab when they're molting and mating. And for snow crab, there's a variety of timeframes in the FMP. One is January through June, and then the other is a shorter timeframe. Can't remember exactly, but it's shorter and closer to the spring and summertime. But yes, we think that should be considered as we're framing this rebuilding plan.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I'm not sure if you covered this in your comments, but I guess my first question will be, did you indicate whether you support the advisory panel motion on rebuilding?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, we do support the AP motion.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair. And so can you help me understand, I did ask this question of Ms. Christensen, and the difference between the action alternatives really hinges on the natural mortality scenario that is selected for the projections under the rebuilding plan. And I wanted to ask, my understanding is that the council is not going to choose the optimistic or pessimistic scenario. That's the role of the Ssc to do that. And so why is it important to have those two separate alternatives at this stage if that decision hasn't been made yet?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I would think it's important to have that in there at this stage so that you frame it as a broad range of alternatives so that when we hear from the Ssc in October, whatever they come forward with is already captured in the analysis that we have drafted.
Yeah. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. As a follow-up to that response, I guess what I was seeing the Ssc requesting was actually broader than what the AP put forward. So your response just, it's not intuitive to me. I wonder if you could explain.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, my understanding is it's parallel with what the Ssc put forward, because they put forward 4 different scenarios for natural mortality to be looked at. And those could be either result in a T-min that's either less than or greater than 10 years. So this analysis, the way the AP framed it, would capture those 4 scenarios that the Ssc put forward.
Okay, I'll have a different question is on your letter in the request to include a directed fishery in every action alternative. And while I think that would certainly be a goal of ours, I just wonder if you could explain that under the confines of the Magnuson Act. My understanding, I guess, is that we need that target rebuilding time is depending on T-min to rebuild with no fishing mortality. So we would need to at least look at that in an analysis for rebuilding. Is that, I guess my question is that your understanding that it is a goal to have directed fishing, but our requirements are such that if it's less than 10 years in that T-min, then we cannot provide for a directed fishery?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, my understanding is that you have to look at an F=0 scenario. What we're putting forward is any other scenarios need to allow for a directed fishery, if at all possible, within the state harvest strategy.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch. Take an hour lunch break, come back just after 1. Council, please come back to order. All right, we are ready to continue with public comment on C3. Next up is Dick Miller.
Hello, council.
Good afternoon. We can hear you.
Okay, my name's Dick Miller, and I've spent 50 years fishing crab in Alaska and the West Coast. I fished crab all over the state of Alaska, except for inside waters of Southeast Alaska, including Norton Sound, St. Matthews, Pribilof, Bering Sea, Dutch Harbor when it was open, Pacific side, Bering Sea to the Lucian Islands, all the way to Attu, Bowers Bank, Petrel Bank, Metrovania, Sandpoint, Chignik, Kodiak, Prince William Sound, and all the way down to Cape Spencer. So I have a long, extensive history of crab fishing in Alaska and the West Coast also. And what I'm about to tell you is facts on predation. In 1993, this will all relate back to the Bering Sea, which I know you're all focused on, and you well should be. But in 1993, I was the last boat to fish Area E on the Copper River Delta for Dungeness crab. In 1993, Fish and Game closed it. And I said, you know, if you don't do something about the predation on the grounds, they're going to eat every crab. And they said, no, Dick, it's overfishing, because there was no talk of global climate change of any type at that time. Well, in 1997, I fished a lower Gulf, Yakutat, Icy Bay area for Dungeness crab. In 1997, I seen the predation come in there, and it was doing the same thing. I went to Fish and Game in Cordova again and said, you know, if you don't send some pot boats, longliners, or someone out there to knock some of these fish stocks down, they're going to eat every crab. No, Dick, it's overfishing. Well, anyways, we caught one halibut, about 40-pounder, and we cut his belly open in Icy Bay. And there was a ton of halibut and cod in there. And we cut that one fish's belly open. It's just one fish. He had between 35 and 53 crab in his belly at that time. There was still a few crab in the area, a couple pink beard eye, and the rest of them were baby Dungeness. In 2015, I stopped there, and we laid 5 pots out on what we call the Spit, which is the most lucrative crab grounds in the Gulf. And what did we catch in those 5 pots? Skate, lingcod, and halibut. I cut all their bellies open, and they were completely full of candlefish and like a small sand sole. There was not one crab left in there. We used to be able to lay pots for 350 miles from Cape Spencer to the docks in Cordova, a pot a mile, and we'd get crab in every pot. Today, you know how much we'd get? 0. There's no crab left there. So Area E's been closed for 29 years rebuilding from not fishing it. And Gulf is 25 years from not fishing it.
Mr. Miller, I apologize. Your time is up. Can you provide a concluding comment, please?
Well, my concluding comment is that, you know, predation can wipe out a fishery. It wiped out millions of pounds in the Gulf. And what is happening in the Bering Sea? I was told by one of your council members, and I'm not going to mention any names, that there's predicting 517 million codfish, and I don't know how many halibut out there, but those fish they've got to eat. And I've seen that they adapt. Once they eat all the crab, they do adapt to eat other things like candlefish and small sole. And you know, if there's not many fish in the Bering Sea, which I don't know, you people know.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Let's go ahead and wrap it up there. And I'm going to see if any council members have questions for you.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any questions, but thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up is Steve Miner. Following Mr. Miner will be Frank Kelty and then Craig Rose. And I don't see Mr. Miner in the room, so we will circle back. Frank Kelty.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty, representing the city of Unalaska today. And on this first topic, it's kind of an easy one. It has to do with brown king crab, the Eastern Aleutian golden king crab facility use cap. As you may recall, either a year ago or 2 years ago, we commented on this about doing away with the cap for the Eastern Aleutian golden king crab facility use cap. As of now, about 25% of the PQS holders for Eastern Aleutian aren't connected with a processing plant. And this is causing some difficulty for those PQS holders about when they hit that cap area. There's very limited markets for them to negotiate to market their crab. We think this cap could go away. It really impacts Unalaska because we've already lost a few deliveries of golden king crab to other communities outside Unalaska because the negotiations with possibly only one buyer didn't work. And so they had to go somewhere else. If we get rid of the use cap, I think that will alleviate that. And as I testified a year ago, this cap would hinder the development of the live golden king crab shipments that we have going out of one of our local plants there as well. When the plant that they're working with for live shipments hits that cap, then they've got to go somewhere else, and there's no really any shipping ports to ship that crab out in containers or possibly by airplane, except the Unalaska area right now. So I think this could be looked at, and hopefully it's just a regulation change. So I'd like to, we support this cap going away. And that's the first part of my testimony. Should I stop for questions now? Okay. Second part is Unalaska has been a member of the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation since its founding 16 years ago. And I've been a board member, one of the board members that whole length of time as well, representing Unalaska. We would like to go along with Mr. Goodman's comments that are in your packet on the Eastern Bering Sea crab fisheries, his comment letter, and especially as it pertains to snow crab. Unalaska is the largest crab processing community in the state of Alaska. We're very dependent on these fisheries. And as you know, the situation with no red king crab closure last year, 90% reduction in snow crab. The Eastern Bering Sea tanner fishery hasn't opened in 4 years or 5 years. And we had less than 1 million pounds in the Western Pribilof area for tanner crab. It's a very bad situation that we're looking at. And as Mr. Goodman outlines in his letter, now is not the time to forego survey work, especially when our crab fisheries are in this bad of a state. We would like to see those deep stations in the northwest area towards the Russian boundary on the snow crab grounds to be looked at. I think, as everyone knows, the only areas that's shown any opportunity right now lately has been the northwestern area in the Western Bering Sea. And we think we need to do as much research as we can get done to look at all these crab fisheries that are in trouble. And it's not just a revenue thing for Unalaska. We have support sector businesses that have been working with the crab fleet for years. We have employment in the community. This impacts the longshoremen. It impacts processing plant workers. It impacts the whole trickle-down effect goes all throughout a community. So I wish the council can support as much research as they can get done. We need to have directed fisheries if at all possible, especially on the snow crab and Bristol Bay red crab. And I think research and knowledge is the key to get the opportunities. You know, going into a 10-year rebuilding plan is worrisome for everyone, and the crab industry itself is, in another year, will be hanging on by a thread, if not some of them are probably already hanging on by a thread right now. So we need to do all we can to support research, to get as much knowledge as we can for our crab fisheries in the Bering Sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kelty. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kelty, on the first issue, because that wasn't really on my radar. Are you, I believe that the council had tasked a look at that already, removing that facility use cap. And so are you asking for the council to just proceed with that analysis, or could you confirm your request on that issue?
No, my request is, we thought that it kind of fell in the crack somewhere, and we're just bringing it up again to see if where it's at in the game plan.
Any further questions? Thank you. Okay, next up is Craig Rose, testifying remotely.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Oh, thank you. I'm Craig Rose. I led the research that's being looked at now to estimate unobserved mortality. So I wanted to present a few facts about that and be available for any questions that may come up. This field research started in the aughts, more than a decade ago, and was published in 2013, funded by NPRB and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center that I was working for at the time. I want to note that there's one value that's specifically cited in the crab plan team report of 32% mortality is an extreme. So it is from the most damaging part of the foot rope, of the worst foot rope we looked at, and for the most vulnerable species. Everything else, I mean, the next one down is 16%, and they go lower, much lower from that. We were looking at modifications to both sweeps and foot ropes to reduce mortality rates. And of course, the raised sweeps were very successful at that, bringing those values down to ones that were not significantly different from zero. We also found that lighter foot ropes with more space beneath them also reduced mortality by 1/3 to 1/2 in the initial studies. That was followed up by another NPRB project looking at more specifically at foot rope designs that were more representative of what was in the current practice. Again, like I was saying, lighter, more space underneath, and measuring catch rates of those foot ropes, because we changed the gear to make that possible for those tests. It was Opelio and Tanner only. So the mortality rates we found there were in the range of 2 to 6%. The capture rates ran from values less than 1% up to 7%. And in general, they were higher for the larger crabs. Minimizing the crab catch has long driven foot rope design for these fisheries, and a major rationale for these designs with higher clearance off of the seafloor. I've passed the data from that work to the author, Cody Zwolski, and he's going to work through that, all of the parameters within that data to try to find the best ones for looking at this. There are certainly some caveats for using these values to look at calculate encounters and hence mortalities. They're very variable with rigging difference. The foot rope design that we thought would catch the least actually caught the most because it was rigged so that the fishing line. Oh, am I right?
Mr. Rose, yes, I apologize. Can you provide a concluding comment, and then we'll see if there's questions? Great.
Sure. Just take those. There's a lot of variability in that data, and it's an imperfect way to estimate mortality, but I agree that it's probably the best we have at this time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Rose. Thanks for walking through that with us. Mr. Kurland has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Rose, I noted in your attachment, you noted some areas for future research, and I'm assuming that is continuing to focus on bottom trawl. I'm wondering if you have plans to be looking at unobserved mortality for pelagic trawl as well.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I do not have plans. I'm not doing that particular flavor of research these days. I retired from back in 2014 from NIMS and am working on similar things, but pelagic trawl is definitely a different thing. I've tried to think of anything that we looked at that it's similar to in any way, and the closest I can come up with is the sweeps before we raised them, because they have continuous contact across the seafloor, but they're very different in so many other ways, like pelagic foot ropes are continuous chain, whereas those are ropes and that kind of thing. I think that's we did work on some ways to try to get at that, but never got enough accomplished. We only got a basic start at how to look at that. It is definitely a difficult problem to try to get at. Those are very hard nets to work off of, just because of the very large meshes in their front end and ease of tangling things. Did that answer your question? Sorry, John.
It did, more or less. Thank you, Dr. Rose.
I don't see any further questions. Thanks again, Dr. Rose.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Edward Polson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Edward Paulson, and I'm a part owner of 2 vessels that fish crab in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, as well as a crab quota shareholder in all of the Bering Sea crab fisheries. I support the comments provided by the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation and Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers regarding snow crab rebuilding. Specifically, I urge the council to support maintaining corner stations and expanding, not reducing, the level of surveying for crab in the Bering Sea. This summer's trawl survey will provide critical age composition information for all crab fisheries, and now is not the time to reduce the level of data. Regarding the time frame for rebuilding, I ask the council to maintain options that would rebuild within 10 years, as well as options that would result in rebuilding beyond 10 years. Results from the last 3 surveys have either been lacking or surprising, which has made it even more challenging for the snow crab model to fit the data. With no snow stock recruitment relationship, questionable age composition information, and an age of 8 to 9 years before males are retained, results in the model projections having low confidence. As a result, it would be prudent to maintain flexibility and options for the time frame to rebuild, at least until this summer's survey data is available. If this summer's survey shows similar results as last year with little to no recruitment and minimal females, I don't care what the model says, it'll take more than 10 years to rebuild. I support ABSC's comments regarding removing the floor on PSC limits in the trawl sector, counting all snow crab bycatch toward PSC and using the same currency we use in the directed fishery. Allowing for a floor of 4.3 animals is just not defensible at these low levels of crab abundance. More concerning to me is unobserved mortality from both bottom trawl and midwater trawl gear fished on the bottom, which could inhibit recovery of snow crab and may be playing a non-negligible role in mortality. The amount of snow crab that potentially interacts with trawl gears is very large due to overlaps in areas swept. Most concerning to me is the overlap of the pollock factory trawlers during bee season on the grounds where recruits and female snow crab reside and are in the process of molting. The foot rope consisting of chain can dig into the mud where snow crab reside, and I'd expect this to have some sort of an impact, particularly when crab are molting. I'm not claiming trawling led to the snow crab crash, but it may hinder recovery. Understanding this potential impact through sensitivity analysis and future fieldwork is imperative. I urge the trawl sectors to work cooperatively with the Bering Sea Fishery Research Foundation to help answer these questions. We want healthy trawl fisheries, but we want to incentivize them to avoid crab either through PSC, adaptive area closures to stay away from vulnerable crab and life stages, or simply fishing midwater gear in the midwater. Our directed crab fisheries can also be more dynamic. The directed fishery experienced high levels of bycatch in 2018 and 19, largely due to incoming recruitment. Or at least we thought it was incoming recruitment. It turns out the crab molted to maturity early and below the size limit, and we may need to have more adaptive management in terms of our tax setting as well. I'll finish up there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Polson. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Polson, for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Does the crab industry right now have the same kind of infrastructure that, say, the pollock cooperatives have for actually managing, implementing, and enforcing dynamic closures of the kind that you described? Or is that something the industry would have to build in order to be able to implement them with the same degree of reliability that, say, we're used to seeing in some of the pollock co-ops?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I assume you're talking about potentially trying to find ways to defining the areas that potentially should be closed in the midwater trawling, in particular, or Amendment 80 trawling.
You were describing developing, I believe, maybe I completely misunderstood you, but I believed at the close of your testimony, you were beginning to talk about the directed crab fishery and the directed crab fishery beginning to implement dynamic in-season closures.
Yeah, I was a little rushed there, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite.
Yeah, and that's where I'm really interested in, is whether you think the crab industry at this point has the capabilities of actually developing, implementing, administering, enforcing them in the way that we're used to seeing with some of the other co-ops.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, in terms of the crab fishery, we generally fish, the snow crab fishery is fished on the edge where large males are, terminally molted large males are. We don't generally catch a lot of females. We don't fish where the females are. So in terms of area closures for the directed fishery, I don't think it's as important, but I think what is important is that we're more dynamic in terms of the harvest strategy, because what ended up happening in 2018 and 19 is a large portion of crab matured, which we didn't anticipate. They never got to 4 inches, which is the male preferred size. They were legal, but they were not part of the harvest strategy, and we didn't bring them in. We had probably the lowest exploitation rate on mature males in the history of the fishery in 2018 and 19. And then it flopped, and then we didn't have a survey, and we probably had the largest exploitation rate in the history of the fishery in 2020. So this is part of what is dynamic management, and this is a state issue. It's not a council issue, but the state is very much, we've been talking to the state about it. We are 100% supportive of state management. They do an excellent job. There's art and science involved in how they set this TAC. They do the best they can with available information. The bottom line is things are changing, right? And we have to be more adaptive to be able to, adapt to those changes, and I think we can going forward.
Mr. Twite.
I apologize. So thank you. That was really helpful, Edward. That clarified some, but I'm still struggling with what needs to change both in industry and maybe in the management framework in order to allow that kind of, you closed by saying you have to be more adaptive, you have to be more flexible. What needs to change in order to facilitate that capability?
Well, I think Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I think we're moving that direction with this state in terms of harvest strategies. I think the other thing I would like to see both with red crab and apelio is increasing making sure we have large enough mesh size on our gear to encourage crab to sort out. We use larger than legal mesh on our apelio gear. and it does a better job of sorting. Having said that, all that crab is accounted for. And we are, our quotas are directly reduced because of our own bycatch. So we have a strong incentive to reduce that bycatch. And I think we need to get that message out to the fleet a little stronger personally. I also would say, I think we have data to make, we have information and data to be able to have dynamic area closures in terms of, where in particular females and small males are, recruits and things like that, that don't go down to the edge where we fish them. They stay up more up on the shelf. Those are critical to our future. And I think that those should be protected dynamically. The last thing we want to do is I don't want to shut down the pollock industry. I don't want to shut down Amendment 80. I want all this fish taken out of the water. I want healthy fisheries. I just want to make sure that we, if there's critical areas in life stages, that we protect them so that we can allow these fisheries to rebound, crab fisheries to rebound. We have survey data that does show abundance of females. They don't migrate like the males do nearly as much. So I think it's possible.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Polson. You're not the first one to testify to having a rebuilding timeline that exceeds 10 years, but you did testify to that and you're up here. So I'm going to ask you that so much of that timeline depends on, this estimated minimum timeline to rebuild, this team in, and we don't have that in our document today. So I'm curious about the urgency to establish whether we're going to extend a timeline beyond 10 years or not, absent that information. Do we not need to wait until we see that in October when this analysis comes back in order to establish the rest of those rebuilding timelines?
Yes, sir, Chairman, Ms. Kimball. I think it's a complicated one. I think that the way I would say it is like we had no survey, then we had a survey that looked really bad. We're going to have so we don't have a lot of good information as a bottom line, and I think that we will have another survey this summer and hopefully it'll look up. If it looks up, well, we're all going to be extremely happy. If it doesn't, it's going to be rough. And what I think my point is on the model, like I understand you have to use best available science, right, to try to come up with your time frame for rebuilding. But Cody, who is our stock assessment author, is maybe one of the smartest guys I know. But yet every time he reruns his model and incorporates new data from the survey, it blows up because it can't fit the data. The survey is coming back with information that doesn't make sense based on what his model is saying. So how can you expect that model to project forward if it can't even project the past? So that's the conundrum, I think, is like we're trying to rely on the best available science. You have an animal that lives 8 to 9 years before you harvest it. You don't see a lot of recruitment. You're going to need recruitment real quick for this thing to rebuild within 10 years. I mean, there's just a common sense aspect to it that I think is missing, is what I'm saying.
That's helpful. Thank you. And a bit of a follow-up then on the importance in your mind of including, if we can, the 2022 survey information in this rebuilding timeline, rebuilding analysis, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think it's critical. I mean, like I said, I hope it shows a lot more crap than we think. I'm worried it's going to show less crap than we hope. And in my mind, that means flexibility. It's going to be really important to have flexibility in this fishery, because I do think, this industry is on its knees. I have a lot of friends that I don't know if they're going to make it. And if we know the odds of rebuilding in 10 years is minimal, and we set a 10-year window for rebuilding, you've really tied your hands, because that in the next 3-4 years you're going to have basically not a lot of recruitment coming into the fishery. Your time frame for rebuilding now is going to be shorter and then if you start seeing some recruits coming up in the future, and you can have a directed fishery, but you're going to be worried about that 10-year window. Well, you can't have a fishery, so you could have no fishery for 10 years. I don't want to be in that box.
Further questions for Mr. Polson? Thank you. Next up is Mateo Pasaldan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Mateo Pasaldan. I'm speaking on behalf of the city of St. Paul Island. St. Paul is mostly Unangan Aleut community of approximately 400 residents that depends on the fishery and marine resources in the surrounding waters of the Bering Sea. Its economy is largely dependent on the revenues, businesses, services, and taxes associated with snow crab landings in the harbor and the processing of this resource at the Trident Seafoods plant. On average, crab landings and processing as a whole account for approximately 85% of the revenues entering the community. The city derives sales taxes from snow crab and other crab delivered to the Trident plant and floating processors within 3 nautical miles of St. Paul Island, as well as deliveries by harvesters inside the harbor for processing at the plant and all the associated jobs and services. This background information segues into my comment, which is focused on the community dependence aspects of fishery rebuilding plans. Both Section 304 of the MSA and National Standard 1 guidelines provide some guidance. They basically state, and I'm paraphrasing here, that a fishery rebuilding plan shall, among other things, take into account the needs of fishing communities. In addition, 304 states that such plans shall allocate overfishing restrictions and recovery benefits fairly among the sectors of the fishery. The sectors in this fishery are directed fishermen, PSC users, and dependent communities. These considerations are, of course, embedded in National Standard 4, that's equity and allocations, and National Standard 8, providing for the sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities. As a native community with a tribal government, environmental justice considerations under NEPA and the Council on Environmental Quality also apply. This guidance calls for the consideration of the high and adverse impacts on Indian tribes of an action. While this consideration does not preclude action, it does heighten agency attention to alternatives, mitigation strategies, and preferences expressed by the affected community or population. In this case, St. Paul is asking for a crab rebuilding framework or plan that allows, if at all possible, for a directed fishery. There are no other sources of revenues for the community to keep the lights on and to provide basic municipal services. Thinking about this, for example, Section 312, which is fishery disaster assistance, might be of some help going forward. But it has a whole set of unrealistic and onerous strings attached to it. First of all, 312 assistance is limited to whatever appropriations Congress makes available. That's usually an iffy proposition. Moreover, disaster determinations are not multi-year actions. You get your fix once and that's it, regardless of how many years the disaster lasts. In addition, there's a 25% local match requirement on 312 funding. How is a low-income community with no source of revenues supposed to come up with a 25% match? Finally, NIMS guidance doesn't allow disaster funds to cover municipal revenues derived from fishery taxes. Disaster funds must have a specific purpose related to restoring the affected fishery. I went through all this regarding 312 to make the point that until we have better national legislation that is truly responsive to climate change and to the kinds of challenges we're facing, including fishery disasters, and to the realities of how these affect small, vulnerable communities, we're going to need a fishery to keep the community afloat. There's no way around it. These realities remind me of the 2-hour conversation we had on A-Climb the other night about the need for flexibility, responsiveness, and creative thinking with our existing fisheries toolkit. Yes, this toolkit is limited, but we have to look at it again and see how we can repurpose it for the challenges that are hitting us right now. The city of St. Paul asks that you keep these legal considerations in mind as you weigh the proper range of alternatives for a snow crab rebuilding plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Posledon. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate the testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Heather McCarty. Following Ms. McCarty is John Govan and then Lance Farr. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group for St. Paul Island and the Pribilofs. And as do all the other CDQ groups, CBSFA manages its CDQ allocations to promote social and economic development in St. Paul. Due in part to St. Paul's proximity to the Bering Sea's crab resources, CBSFA is allocated 20% of the total Bering Sea snow crab that is set aside for the CDQ program. In addition to its CDQ allocation, CBSFA has made considerable investments in crab assets, both processing and harvesting quota, as well as harvesting capacity in the form of crab boats. Much of that investment is in snow crab. As a result of the 87% drop in the snow crab total allowable catch from 45 to 5.6 million pounds announced in October, CBSFA is expecting a 65% drop in its total revenues. Unlike many of the other CDQ groups, we have had more dependence on crab over the last few years than we have had on groundfish and pollock. Obviously, that's changing. This dramatic drop in CBSFA's revenues will impact its ability to fulfill CDQ program responsibilities for St. Paul, including the funding for many of the educational, research, and social programs it supports. And this situation is being compounded by the closure of the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery as well. At such low overall levels, there may be insufficient crab poundage to keep existing crab harvesting and processing capacity in various locations engaged. Depending on the duration of the snow crab and red king crab downturns, this could be devastating to communities such as St. Paul and, of course, Unalaska that host such operations. As processing costs and availability in St. Paul are affected, it also affects the processing availability for halibut, the other major fishery that takes place around St. Paul, and has a cascading effect on the viability of that fishery and on the community residents that participate in it. So regarding the way forward with the rebuilding process, we support the SSC's very thorough recommendations, and we support the intent of the AP motion. We support the council selecting alternatives for the snow crab rebuilding analysis that include selection of a range of alternatives that would allow for a continued directed fishery and is responsive to the needs of fishing communities such as St. Paul, as you have heard from Mr. Paz-Saldan. We also believe that comprehensive and meaningful rebuilding measures such as bycatch control and habitat protection should be part of this package. Regarding those bycatch control measures, the analysis should consider alternatives that protect molting and mating crab from fishing impacts and adjust the Psc limit floor at low snow crab abundance. We also think that if possible, unobserved fishing mortality should be estimated in all fisheries using the best available information. And concerning snow crab habitat, the analysis is alternatives should consider protections for their key habitats and EFH during the various life stages of this species, taking into account the changes in the Bering Sea ecosystem resulting from climate change and the potential need for more dynamic and responsive protected habitat areas. That was an interesting conversation the council had this morning with Ms. Goen, and then also with others today regarding potential methods of responding more dynamically to changing snow crab centers of population and or mating and molting. These changes occurring because of climate change. This is a national conversation, as you know, and one that is of great interest to NOAA NIMS, and as you have heard from Janet Coit. This council is faced with several major species and fisheries that seem to be reacting to climate change in a sort of desperately negative way. And I guess that the thoughts that ran through my mind when I was hearing about the need for a response to those changes in fisheries management probably include such things as framework analyses that the council sort of has moved away from in recent years that allow for changes in season that don't have to be analyzed on the spot, but that the framework analysis can be used to determine what potential dynamic changes could be made on an annual basis. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
John Govan.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. John Govan speaking on behalf of the Alaska Seafood Cooperative, and a little bit of an Amendment 80 perspective on Opelio rebuilding. And let's touch first on the subject of unobserved mortality. I'd like to encourage analysts to include unobserved mortality in the analyses. I think the information through Dr. Rose's study is useful. Currently, the way this is done is just taking a factor of expansion of observed mortality, and it's like threefold, fivefold, tenfold. And I don't think that's the best available approach and based on the best available information, at least for the non-pelagic trawl fisheries, the ones that count against the cat. The information's there to do a better job with you will have to do it in a range with the catch fraction and the mortality estimates from the study, but I think it still generates more useful information than just kind of guessing fractions or expansion. So I think that's good, and I'd like to see that happen. I believe the SSC said that they're going to do that, so we're pleased to see that. And secondly, I'd like to touch on the range of alternatives. And I'd like to say that I don't understand all the ins and outs of timing of this, but I'm concerned about trying to add too much to this and doing a good job under the timelines. Particularly, I think the current range of alternatives in the document is sufficient. I look at the AP motion and the letters that are talking about dynamic closures, and it always sounds good to be the new thing, and it sounds like the right thing. And I conceptually support trying to focus bycatch measures on the areas that are important, and I conceptually understand the dynamics of a changing environment. However, when you start to look at this, you go back to your motion on red king crab in April and asked us to come back with how to flesh this out. My understanding is that the information needed to identify areas of molting crab or high female abundance or relative abundance of anything you want to protect here is not easily obtained in a dynamic sense. I don't think the summer surveys represents that necessarily based on my understanding. So I would encourage you to ask Dr. Foy or whomever you might get on the information as to what information is available to do that for Opelio. With red king crab, we have some hope of doing that. We've talked about a winter survey to help do that. And I think that in and of itself would be a trial at how we can do this, but this is far more complicated for Opelio from what I know. So I think it sounds good to do that, but I think we should take it on when we really have an idea of what's entailed, and so that we don't spend a lot of time on it and then end up coming up with something that's not workable or that we don't really understand when we implement it. And I will conclude my comments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Govan, can you elaborate on why it is so much more complicated for Opelio than red king crab to ask the industry to consider how they might avoid core areas?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question, Ms. Campbell. I don't even know if we know how to do it for red king crab. So you're asking me to compare to something as an unknown, but my understanding of the scientific information available to do that and what it would take, it's a bigger area. It's for Opelio. There's less baseline information, I think, to start to try to define how to do that with Opelio. But I invite you to ask the survey people and the stock assessment people just how we would do that. Right now, we have a summer survey, and most of the fishing that at least Amendment 80 sector does is in the winter in these areas. And so we know crab move, we know they respond to a lot of factors, and where they do that right now the survey is showing most of the females are up in the northern Bering Sea, and so our fishery doesn't go there. But I just think we really have to take a hard look at that. I don't have the answer to your question. As far as using information from Bycatch, I think all the same challenges are there to identify hotspots in an industry program. So that would have to be figured out as well. You'd have to look at the actual fraction we're catching and whether that's representative of what we're trying to measure through Bycatch information. So all of those challenges are there. And I think we've started that process and working with the agency to see how we can do this for red king crab in the winter, survey idea, and how to use Bycatch information and potentially calibrate our Bycatch to abundance from a survey type of information. So I would use that as your starting point to see if we can put that together and not take on probably two of them at once or one that may be more challenging from my perspective.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Govan. I just wanted to, the importance of that winter survey, which is only applicable to red king crab, correct? Is that on track for next winter, or is there anything you can share with the council about that timeline?
Thank you for the question. And I cannot say, I hesitate to call it the survey because it's not a thing yet. The Bering Sea Fisheries Research and Foundation and my group are discussing that. We're talking to the agency. We're trying to really define our objectives of what we're trying to do. And I'll tell you that the work that we're focusing on is narrowing the questions to not everywhere they are, but kind of whether we can kind of look at the relative abundance to areas adjacent to the red king crab savings area versus inside the red king. So a smaller area. It's getting scaled down to what's practical, because everything we're trying to do is bumping into reality, not just for the cost and how to pull this off, but also trying to figure out how not to mandate a winter survey every year, how to collect information that will allow us to anticipate how to adjust things dynamically. And that's a huge issue. So I think we're well underway with all the practical constraints and that question to working productively to figure that out, but we're not there yet. And I just don't want to start trying to do that on the eastern and the western front, so to speak. That's my point here in this testimony.
Second question, thank you through the chair, is on the unobserved mortality and the existing information for the bottom trawl fleet. Is your testimony consistent, I guess, with Dr. Rose, that information exists? It needs to be understood and used carefully, but it exists to be better than just saying, let's double the mortality or triple the mortality, but that we should use the existing data in order to provide the right parameters or more realistic parameters around those estimates?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, so that was my point. Okay. I think this research has been done. It's germane to the very question here. It's peer reviewed. We can come up with, this was done in the sense of a sensitivity test to if unobserved mortality is this fraction or this expansion more, does it matter in rebuilding? And I think we can come up with a more informed range of how we do those sensitivity tests, at least for including the effects of the non-pelagic trawl fisheries, than just making up an expansion number.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Testifying remotely is Lance Farr. And we are not picking you up, Mr. Farr. Okay, we can move on to Scott Goodman.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you and good afternoon. Hello, Mr. Chairman and council members. So my name is Scott Goodman, and I'm the executive director to BSFRF, the Crab Foundation. And I am offering my comments on a few things to you today, and I would point you towards our written comment to the SSC, which is also posted under this item for the council. BSFRF is continuing to focus our research priorities, continuing to work closely with the stakeholders that are supporting us and keep doing research with our collaborators. Accelerating the science is difficult at best and not possible at times, and we are working to do as much as we can to help crab during this continuing extremely difficult time. We see now as a more important time than ever to be collecting as much information as possible for crab management and to be involved in meaningful crab research that helps. The NPFMC survey is underway as we speak. We know this is the primary data source for crab information on many fronts, and the data feeds directly into the assessments. We can't stress enough, as others have too, that support for and continuation of the NPFMC survey in the standard shelf area, the northern Bering Sea area, and potentially new margins or defined areas as the ecosystem changes is critical. The 2022 survey results for Bristol Bay red king crab, Apelio, and Paradise stocks are the key for so many reasons, and of highest priority would be to further understand and an update on the red king crab trend in the bay after the first closure in a long time, and to see is there any signal there at all. Further, and the updated size, composition, abundance, and biomass estimates for snow crab across the shelf, being able to evaluate the adjacent size composition to last year's survey to see if, again, there is nearly a complete absence of juvenile snow crab, a flat line below about 75 millimeters, or is there a positive signal this year? The results from this year's survey are again critical for next steps in crab. For snow crab, we acknowledge the extensive work to understand what's going on and what to do about it. We support the CPT and SSC and Dr. Cody Zawalski's work, which unfortunately has not led to easy answers or clear understanding. But the move to GMAX, retirement of the prior status quo model, and a flexible, adaptive approach going forward is what we support. To that end, we understand the process and technical requirements of rebuilding options, and we highlight again that flexibility should be accounted for to a maximum extent. It is problematic that convergence of the apparent stock collapse, transition to a new model, timing constraints for rebuilding, and the spine of information, the survey data, can't fundamentally be afforded more time. Given the situation, however, flexible options for the rebuilding plan should leave a door open that could incorporate updates from survey info, observed bottom temperatures, updated research information from our movement work, bycatch and fishing impact research, or others, as part of our efforts to understand any or all sources of impact on crab. My only comments on unobserved fishing mortality is that we are looking into the scale and magnitude of this, and we are interested to work on this research with the CPT and SSC guidance, along with Dr. Rose and his work that has generally focused on the estimates of mortality, but not on encounter rates or refined understanding of the spatial and temporal crab densities, especially during the mating and molting times. We understand the sensitivity of this area, and we are here to help. As noted in my written comment, some further refinement of unobserved fishing mortality research could impact the considerations of fishing mortality F and of natural mortality M within rebuilding updates. Our crab movement work is continuing, and it was noted during the CPT and SSC that female red king crab movement vectors for about 55% of our tags placed last year have been successfully processed, and we hope to have maps depicting that in the coming days. We expect to coordinate with council staff and others again as appropriate to share that info. We were able also to place a limited number of satellite tags on snow crab from one boat at the end of this season in collaboration with a University of Alaska Fairbanks graduate student that was able to go out and help get this done. And also, we're currently working on the next steps in a grant process to develop a customized snow crab tag and scale that project upward. Lastly, on temperature and heat wave events, a point of resiliency in the Bering Sea is noteworthy. And while there have been warming periods and warming events, there are also corrections that we see. We heard during the CPT at the SSC and now with discussions at the council, a number of points about the relationships between bottom temperatures and crab stock status, and what we might importantly expect for warming and or events in the near future, especially as we consider rebuilding. So while we agree that evaluating this further is very much warranted, we note that recent years there has been a cooler regime than the 2018-19 period. And the recent winter, the one we just finished, was a cold one with ice cover restricting a number of fishing grounds and reaching south of St. George twice. In a broader way, our understanding of temperature relationships to the apelio status needs to be understood further, especially within the context of the stock structure connecting the standard area to the north. So to whatever extent temperature expectations are included in the context for the rebuilding options, again, they shouldn't be too prescriptive, and especially absent this year's survey data and the next couple years also. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Goodman. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Goodman, thank you very much for covering a really broad range of subjects really well and within your time limit. A lot of things you said perked my curiosity, but the one that I'd like to ask you about is your point about points of resilience, I think was your term, in the Bering Sea. And as I was listening to your thoughts about that, I was wondering how you translate your observation and your perspective then into a thought about what's the appropriate time period from given your thoughts about that, what's the appropriate time period to use both to draw years from to populate the model for rebuilding, as well as to develop a BMSY for rebuilding? Does your set of thoughts about points of resilience argue in your mind for the longest possible time scale? Or does it argue for a somewhat trimmed set of years? It sounded like you would steer us away from using some of the years that most reflect a high incidence of marine heat waves. So, but if you could go into some more detail on that, that would really help me. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. You bet. A quick point of clarity. I have not earned my doctorate, so I'm just a Mr. Goodman, but thank you. I appreciate the question, and to maybe try and help clarify a little bit. I think our understanding of temperatures as potentially one of the indicators is solid, but not fully refined. And one point I would be trying to provide clarity on is that we don't really do a high resolution characterization of the snow crab stock as far as its assessment in time or space. And we know that there is a tremendous amount of the biomass that exists outside really the boundaries of our assessment. And that I'm talking about the Northern Bering Sea. So I think when we talk about, yes, we have a relationship to temperature, that should be kind of kept in context, because we see it, but we don't fully understand it. And I think it might be different if we were able to characterize the stock as a whole. So connecting the dots between the northern and the standard area. Maybe more specifically to your question, I don't think I have a prescriptive idea about what would be the right time frame right now, whether it would be really short and narrow or much further stretched out. I think given some of my limited understanding about rebuilding and how the options are produced and evaluated, I would maybe echo carefully some of Mr. Polson's comments, that I think the convergence of, because the reality of events here that we have difficulty in projecting the terminal year, which is the kind of where the rubber meets the road for crab, and we're asking the same or a similar assessment to not just do that, but actually to look forward, and further that we're doing it without the most recent or maybe the most relevant chunk of data, of hard data, and then that we have a time constraint on that, that we're in sort of a very difficult box, a very difficult spot. So what I think I would say is that I would keep it open here to the most flexible and sensible approach as much as we can without kind of breaking the rules on what those constraints are. And then maybe just very quickly, my final comment would be the warming periods and the cooling periods and the heat wave events. It's pretty clear that the heat wave event that down here in Washington, we saw as the blob and made newsworthy issue all the way for more than a year, and then a couple of years, and persisted as it traveled up the coast and into the Gulf. And we saw effects in the groundfish stocks there. And then there's evidence, I believe, that it came through the passes and bled into the Bering Sea. I think those effects and that kind of reality is something that we need to pay a lot of attention to. And we don't understand how or why those direct or indirect impacts maybe caused a primary part of, or maybe less than a primary part of what we've observed in snow crab. So again, I guess to circle back, my close would be that if there's a way to keep the door open for what the survey data shows, my thought would be that whichever direction that is, if it's another flat line and there are in fact no more small juvenile crab that appear to be on the shelf, then that information should also be included to tighten up what a rebuilding timeframe update could be depicting. Everybody's keeping their fingers crossed for a positive signal, but the reality of having two adjacent measurements of the physical observations from the survey is going to be super important there. So hopefully I've answered your question there, Mr. Twite. Thank you.
I see his head nodding, Mr. Goodman. And I don't see any other hands. So thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up is Craig Lowenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, hello. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm the co-owner of a vessel that participates in the BSAI rationalized crab fisheries and a crab IFQ holder. Although my comments today are pretty brief, I am concerned about all of the crab stocks in the Bering Sea. Speaking specifically to Apelio, I support the comments submitted by Alaska Bering Sea crabbers, as well as the motion passed by the advisory panel. While a single cause for the decline of the crab stocks in the Bering Sea may not be apparent at this time, there are conservation actions we can and must take to protect the remaining crab biomass for the stocks to have a chance to recover. Of course, critical to our understanding of the stock dynamics is the NMFS summer survey. Now is not the time to reduce the number of standard survey stations. Again, specifically to Apelio, I encourage the council to consider a TMIN of greater and less than 10 years, to include a directed fishery among all action alternatives, with the understanding, of course, that F0 is a required option to consider. Protect centers of abundance via dynamic closures, remove the trawl PSC floor, and count all bycatch towards the PSC cap, as well as further research and consideration of unobserved fishing mortality. I understand some of the potential protection or conservation measures may need additional research to be better understood. For the last 10 years, I've seen this council continuously push back on crab issues due to the lack of research or availability of staff. It's way past the point in time to prioritize research and take action. If that means hiring additional staff or procuring additional resources, then so be it. The decline in crab stocks is having a severe impact on independent harvesters. It's expected that as many as half of the fleet may not be able to financially weather the lack of an upcoming season. As you know, this has a significant impact to crew and their families, dependent communities, and support businesses. The perspective that crab and groundfish fisheries have coexisted for decades is a simplified straw man argument that doesn't take into account the consolidation of the crab fleet or reduction of the crab stocks, the expansion of the groundfish fleet, and the movement of both the crab and groundfish stocks in their geographic range. I urge this council to err on the side of conservation rather than point to the lack of available data. It's your responsibility to protect and manage all stocks throughout their range, not make a judgment on which fishery is more important than others. I appreciate the opportunity to provide my comments today and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Lowenberg? I don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Lenny Herzog.
Thank you, Chairman Kineen and members of the council. My name is Leonard Herzog, and I'm involved with crab vessels that are highly dependent on fishing Apelio and Bristol Bay red king crab. I'm on the board of directors of the Research Foundation and support the comments provided by Scott Goodman, Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, and Ed Paulson. I have the benefit of speaking late in the list, so I'll try to keep my comments short. I wanted to reiterate the comment that Scott Goodman made about not depending too highly on what we heard from the climatologists about possible warming temperatures. The ice edge is a function of temperature and very critical to the feeding and occupancy of the grounds by Apelio. And as Mr. Goodman mentioned, this year we had the lowest, we had more ice than we have had in almost 10 years. And the winter before also, we had a lot of ice. So I don't think we can, predicting the weather in a short period of time, whether it's 10 years or 18 years, is just incredibly highly variable. And I think that we just need to be flexible going forward, because I don't think we'll know how many warm years we're going to have in the next 10 and when they might occur. In fact, the decadal oscillations are often in the Bering Sea are often more important than the overall climate change. And I believe when Cody initially gave his report to the council, to the plan team, he mentioned that because the 2018 year was so warm, just intuitively and scientifically, just looking at base data, one would expect that the coming years would be colder because it was an aberrant temperature. Continuing on for just a bit, under the state of Alaska's conservative management plans, as Edward mentioned, there were huge recruitments of males and females that we saw, and we don't know what caused the rapid decline other than to think that it was an alignment of the planets that involved many issues. It could have been that there were too many animals in the water, that they didn't have enough food, that they used up the food in the territories they were in, and that they marched to other areas where they could find better temperatures. So as a fisherman, I'm kind of optimistic that we might be able to see this stock rebuild again. And I think when we use the word resilient, we mean that it's had prior problems and has come back. So I think the most important thing is that we keep a flexible rebuilding time that might need to be more than 10 years and up to 18 years after we see the survey information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog. Okay, I don't see any questions. We appreciate your testimony. So last up on the list before we go back is Gretar Goodmanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Greta Goodmanson, and I would like to testify and say that I agree with the ABSC's testimony in their letter. And a couple other things. I think it's extremely important, especially for me personally, that we maintain a fishery of some kind. You see under my name, the fishing vessel provider. We bought that recently, along with a quota for a tremendous amount of money, anticipating 80 to 100 million pound quotas coming here in the future. And that's not happening at the moment. So we just, anything's going to help and anything to survive. We have some tendering and stuff like that, but it's those bank payments get pretty big, and they're not very patient most of the time. So it's whatever it takes to, like I say, to maintain a fishery. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll circle back through the list. Steve Miner is going to delay his testimony until staff tasking, so that just leaves Lance Farr.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Dear Chairman Kineen and council members, my name is Lance Farr. I've been in the crab industry over 40 years, so I've seen a lot of ups and downs. Today, I wanted to support the AP motion and support the ABSC comments. I was going to go through those and talk about those, but actually, I'm going to go a different direction here. So I decided to look up in the Federal Register the language for when the king crab savings area was founded, and the register is September 12th, 1996. Wherever king crab savings area is in this language, you could substitute the Opelio crab savings area. So I'm going to read a couple paragraphs here. The analyst of crab distribution data indicates that the red king crab savings area provides substantial habitat for red king crab. Various size, sex, maturity groups that have been vulnerable to trawling or other commercial fishing gear have been found in the process of molting or in a soft shell condition. The timing of the molting for various groups varies considerably from year to year, which indicates the need to increase protection of the red king crab. Additionally, unobserved impacts of trawling on softshell crab may impact crab rebuilding in the future of the crab harvest for pot fisheries. Therefore, extended durations of closure periods provides an increased protection of adult red king crab and their habitat. That was like years and years ago. And I think that statement is true today. Next comment I would like to is Dr. Rose. I asked Dr. Rose in the crab planting meeting if a molting crab would survive a collision with a net when a crab is molting. And he said no, 100% mortality. So I think in his testimony a little while ago, he was talking about 100% foot rope contact with the bottom of pelagic gear. And what disturbs me is the CPT came out and said that they're not going to have they're going to have zero unobserved mortality from the pelagic gear. And if they're dragging on soft shell crab, I don't see how you can get zero mortality. So if any unobserved mortality that I think needs to go in a bin by itself, and then it needs to be counted for PSC and not in natural mortality. I think when you put things in natural mortality, it kind of gets lost in there, and it's kind of the unknown. You put everything in there. So I think my time's up. So thank you. Take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Farr. Are there any questions? Okay. All right. I don't see any. Thanks for your time today. Okay, that concludes public comment. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Let's come back at 2:40.
Hey, Craig. Oh, you know what? Listen to fucking council. So, oh, okay. How do you think Janet Coit meeting went? Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Council, please come back to order. Okay, before we move on, we are going to take testimony out of order from one member of the public who won't be able to make it tomorrow. So testifying under agenda item C5 is Abby Turner Frankie.
I do a quick sound check.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council for the opportunity to comment on agenda item C5, the Observer Program, and accommodating these comments outside the regular agenda. I really appreciate it and will make it brief. For the record, my name is Abby Turner Frankie. I am project coordinator for North Pacific Fisheries Association out of Homer, Alaska. We have about 70 members, many of whom directly participate in the Partial Coverage Observer Program, and the rest benefit holistically from well-informed fisheries management decisions. I also participate on the Council's Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee, also known as the FMAC, and the Partial Coverage Subcommittee of that body. First of all, NPFA would like to support the FMAC's recommendations, which you will receive a presentation on tomorrow. In particular, the 2-year annual deployment plan, which was also supported last fall. This 2-year annual deployment plan approach was taken in order for an agency analytical team to work on looking at potential cost efficiencies and effectiveness of the Observer Program. You will have noticed that there were 17 written public comments submitted to the council on this agenda item, which seems non-controversial. The common theme among these comments was a desire to see an increase in observer coverage and a distrust in the quality of information we have now because of low coverage rates. Cost was also woven through many of these comments. Some even had suggestions about how to approach the increasing cost of the Observer Program. I'm not here to argue about that, but rather emphasize just how important this analysis will be to the program and for stakeholder trust. The public is seeing decreasing observer coverage, increases in cost, and the observer fee itself, and still hearing about bad actors. We hope you have had the time to read those comments, as it is a fairly accurate representation of the perceptions of the public. That being said, I am looking forward to this analysis and to working with the agency and council staff, and appreciate the opportunity to participate in this process. There are many stakeholders hoping that something comes out of this analysis that can help us all move the ball toward a more affordable observer program with higher coverage rates and increased confidence in the information being used for sustainable fisheries management. Thank you again, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Ms. Turner Frankie. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Turner Frankie, thank you so much for all the work you've been putting in on these issues. You're pretty acquainted with the various workload issues that we struggle with, both at FMAC and at PCFMAC. I'm just like a sense from you of at this point, given, as you pointed out, a pretty strong amount of sentiment from a lot of folks who took the time to write that the costs are a big issue. What do you, I think you said you thought that going to 2-year turnaround on the ADP was a good idea. On the annual report was really a good idea to help reprioritize some. Are there some other things you might reprioritize to put some more work in on cost control, or sort of how would you suggest we really increase our bandwidth to address that issue?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. I honestly don't have an answer for that. I do think that having a 2-year annual deployment plan and abbreviated annual reports, from what we've been told, has been helpful. But I don't know, when we look at in the FMAC meetings at these analytical task lists, there's a lot of big lifts on there, things that are very important, and it's not, they're important to a lot of different stakeholders. And I don't have the answer about what they would have to drop in order to make this happen, but I do know that they're working on it. And I do know that we will be, we being the FMAC, will be in contact with the agency analytical team throughout the summer, and I just hope that we can make some good progress and work together on it and come up with something good.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Another, it's been pointed out, and I think being increasingly discussed at both FMAC and PCFMAC, that one of the things that's driving cost of human observers is the council's policy decision to really have coverage, observer coverage, be neutral regarding location. So in other words, same probabilities of being covered for people operating out of remote, very expensive to sample ports as some of the centrally located, essentially on the on either on the main transportation network ports. And is it time, do you think, for the council to be rethinking that value that we've placed on that? And what would your members, what would the impacts to your members be if we no longer treated all trips sort of impartially, both in terms of coverage and in terms of cost?
Through the chair, thank you again, Mr. Dwight. So I think this is one of those questions where it would be really helpful for everyone involved if we identified exactly what it was we needed in order to manage the fisheries. And I mean, like down to the number of otoliths. And I know that's not an easy question, and it's an uncomfortable question because you don't want to only manage to the bare minimum, but what do we need? And then where can we get it from? Is it through surveys? Is it through shoreside sampling? Is it electronic monitoring? Is it human observers? If we could get to what do we need, I think we could start trying to address the problem of those expensive ports. But I know that stakeholders want to think outside the box because it is an expensive and actually quite a big problem.
I don't see any further questions. Thanks again, Ms. Turner-Franke.
Thank you.
Okay, that will bring us back to CRAB. Before we get into any motions, does anybody have any last minute questions for staff or otherwise? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Counselor. I just wondered if you could reiterate for us what level of flexibility we have in the Magnuson Act kind of beyond the 10-year timeline to accommodate those other things like fishing communities and the other objectives that are mentioned in the rebuilding sections of MSA. If you could just remind me of that.
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So the council's discretion to consider impacts on fishing communities or those other things enumerated in section 304 is with regard to setting the target rebuilding time. So, as you know, there's sort of three metrics important to rebuilding: the TMIN, the minimum time to rebuild, which is calculated in the absence of fishing mortality; the target time to rebuilding, which the council will specify in the rebuilding plan; and then the maximum rebuilding time, which is dictated a little bit by the minimum rebuilding time. So the Ssc will recommend a TMIN for the council. And then in light of that TMIN, if it's less than 10 years, TMAX has to be 10 years. If TMIN recommended by the Ssc is more than 10 years, then there's a few options for TMAX. The council then will select a target rebuilding time, which can't exceed TMAX. And in selecting that target rebuilding time, you can take into account the needs of fishing communities and those other things enumerated in the statute. I hope that's helpful.
It is helpful. Thank you so much. And then I didn't know if there's opportunity to ask staff a question. I mean, I should have done it earlier. I apologize. But about the ability for us to include the 2022 survey data and what that timeline might look like for action, or should I wait?
No, I think it would be appropriate.
I don't really see anybody. And I apologize, Ms. Palov. I know that you tried to speak to this and we looked at it in the SSC minutes. There's a bit of confusion about like the desire to include 2022 compared to the reality of including 2022 on this set timeline to make our October 2023 deadline. So if you could just help me a little bit with that.
Yeah, for the record, Katie Paloff, co-chair of the crab plan team. So I think it comes down to I think the desire to include the 2022 survey data is strong from all aspects, just because we saw such an unexpected result, expected somewhat, but definitely a more severe collapse than we had expected last year in the survey. And so I think that the timeline comes down to if we want to include the 2022 survey data in the rebuilding plan projections, what you're basically looking at is we get that new survey data around August 15th. And then we have our crab plan team meeting around September 15th. So ideally, most of the stuff would go through the crab plan team before it goes through the SSC. So the author would really have 2 to 3 weeks to be able to do work, to be able to present it to the crab plan team between August 15th and let's say the first week of September, to get drafts through so they can be reviewed internally at NIMS before the plan team. And so so if we wanted to, I guess if you would wanted to do an initial review of this in October, I think it'd be really tight time frame for the author to do everything that the SSCA had requested of him to look at, which you saw detailed pretty well on their slide as far as different options for what recruitment and mortality would look like. I haven't been able to ask the author exactly what he might be able to accomplish in that time frame, but I'm just guessing that maybe just 1 or 2 different of those options at most in that 3 weeks if we really wanted to do an initial review at the October meeting. I think that if there was, and this is where not my area of expertise, or if there was the ability to push that internal initial review to, let's say, the December meeting, I think that would give us a lot more time to see progress in October, which we could still see some substantial progress, but then have an opportunity between October and December for the author to be able to explore any additional questions that he might not have been able to from the SSC specifically, because he wouldn't be able to address all their different options between getting new data in the middle of August and the September. So I think what it really comes down to, kind of outside of plan team and the author's control, is kind of the timeline in regulation and meeting those expectations. So I think if the council would like to prioritize that 2022 survey data being in there, then it's kind of up to, if we can work within the regulations of the MSA to do that and still not be, outside that time frame. Does that help answer your question a little bit?
It does. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I was also looking if you needed council direction for that, or if this is really internal to the agency prior to getting into motions. I think the SSC has prioritized the 2022 data. I think the public has prioritized it. I think I've been clear that I think it's important. But maybe is there an opportunity then to see what comes of that data, if that is going to be very impactful, and then possibly revise our timeline and push it with the agency such that we're not taking final action until February 2023. Is there council direction to be had in those kinds of conversations, or is that really at agency level? And I'm looking between you and Mr. Kurland.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kimball. Not quite sure how to answer the question. I think we're all interested in how the 2022 data may bear upon this. The difficulty is if the council defers final action until February and we're dealing with a controversial and or complex rebuilding plan, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to do that by the October 2023 timeline. So not knowing what that rebuilding plan may look like at this stage, it's a little bit difficult to say how big an issue that is.
Thank you. Thanks for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything further? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have a question for maybe the general counsel or Mr. Curlin. If we went forward without incorporating the 2022 survey, and then we got the 2022 survey and it was provided some dramatically different information than what we're basing our action on, would it be possible to amend or discontinue the action that we're taking if the 2022 survey came back with more positive results? Is that something that could happen, or would it be a full administrative package that will take years to do?
Mr. Curlin.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mesro, as I indicated earlier, of course, with new information, a rebuilding plan can be revised at any time. The complexity here is what you're describing as a moving target. It would be a rebuilding plan that is not yet implemented, and then trying to slip in new information to that while it's moving down the track towards implementation. So that's where it gets difficult to answer in the abstract whether that becomes feasible or not knowing what the complexity of that rebuilding plan is going to look like at this moment as I'm trying to answer the question.
Thank you. That's helpful. Counselor.
And through the chair, Mr. Mesra, I also just want to add that, until the council takes final action, there's no recommendation for the secretary to consider. So if the council in October determines that it wants to incorporate more data, or it's not ready to make a recommendation to the agency yet, until you take final action, there's nothing for the agency to amend. It's still in the council's hands. So if you want to, change your rebuilding proposed plan at that time, that's still, within your purview.
Okay, anything further before we take action? And just a reminder to folks that they're holding the music festival here, and so we need to leave by 4 p.m. and we have a standing practice of not breaking during an action, but we'll just need to, I guess we'll just see how it goes. And no pressure. All right. Okay. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be really fast with this one. Recall that we have a C3A action we need to take, and that is the Aleutian Island Golden King Crab harvest specification. So I have a motion that has been sent to council staff. The council accepts the crab safe report for the Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab and adopts the 2020-22, 2020-23 OFL of 3,761 metric tons and an ABC of 2,821 metric tons as recommended by the Ssc. The second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Mesro. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start by thanking the assessment authors for their work, as always, and to the crab plan team and the Ssc for their careful consideration of the information in the assessment and the results. And as always, these harvest specifications are based on the best available science. And I'll just note that the 2021-2020-22 total catch mortality of Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab are below the established OFLs, but overfishing will be evaluated in the September SAFE once final harvest data is available. I'll be happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions? Any amendments? Or any comments? Great. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Witherow.
Calling the roll on the motion to adopt the safe report and specifications for the Aleutian Island Golden King crab stock. Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen. Yes. Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesero.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Further action. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another motion that has been sent to staff. The council adopts the following purpose and need statement and alternatives for analysis. The Eastern Bering Sea snow crab stock was determined to be overfished on October 19th, 2021, because the estimated mature male biomass is below the minimum stock size threshold specified in the crab FMP. To comply with the provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, a rebuilding plan must be implemented prior to the start of the 2023-2024 fishing season. This action is necessary to facilitate compliance with MSA requirements to rebuild overfished stocks and achieve optimum yield. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, adopt a rebuilding plan and specify a target rebuilding time not to exceed Tmax as recommended by the Ssc. The stock will be considered rebuilt once it reaches BMSY. Option 1, no directed fishing until the stock is rebuilt. Allow bycatch removals only. Option 2, allow bycatch removals and a directed snow crab fishery under the current state of Alaska harvest strategy. The council requests additional information to help determine whether the following bycatch management measures would affect the rebuilding timeline. Remove the snow crab PSC floor. Count all trawl PSC throughout the full range of the stock towards the PSC limit, and a limit on fixed gear PSC. The council requests public comment at the October 2022 meeting on ways to reduce fishing-related mortality of Eastern Bering Sea snow crab. Information from fishery participants is critical to that effort, and therefore the council is seeking public input in the following areas. Number 1, voluntary measures for implementation in 2023 and beyond to avoid EBS snow crab and reduce crab mortality in the non-directed fisheries. Number 2, measures in the directed crab fishery to reduce discard mortality of EBS snow crab. And number 3, description of research that would inform development of more flexible and effective spatial management measures, gear modifications to reduce impacts on the EBS snow crab stock, or to evaluate unobserved mortality in the trawl sector. That's my motion, Mr. Chair. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, again, I would like to thank the snow crab assessment author and the crab plan team and the Ssc for a lot of work in providing comments and recommendations to get us to this point. And second, I think I'm speaking on behalf of all council members when I say that I'm very concerned about the future of our Bering Sea crab stocks, given the recent marine heat wave and the impact that our changing climate is clearly having on the Bering Sea ecosystem. And the CPT and Ssc presentations we received today really have highlighted the unprecedented nature of the snow crab stock collapse that have resulted in the determination that the stock is overfished and that a rebuilding plan is required. And again, we recognize the hardships that the crab industry and crab dependent communities are facing and appreciate and value the input that we've received thus far as part of this process. Ideally, our rebuilding plan will balance the priority of rebuilding the stock with opportunities for harvest to sustain crab fisheries in the communities that rely on them, but of course, within the guidelines of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And again, we've heard insightful public testimony about the specific impacts of the snow crab stock collapse, and we will take those into account as we move forward on this rebuilding plan. And again, while it seems likely that fishing mortality did not cause the collapse of the snow crab stock, again, our primary tool as managers is to consider the impact of fishery removals on the ability of the stock to rebuild, and thus drives the key elements of our rebuilding plan. And as we've discussed many times through this meeting, developing alternatives for rebuilding at this point is difficult without a recommendation for the projected minimum time to rebuild the snow crab stock with no fishing mortality or the team in that we've been talking about, which is a critical element for a rebuilding plan. The Ssc has requested the stock assessment author consider a range of projections that encompass probable environmental and stock productivity expectations in the near future to establish a rebuilding timeframe. My motion is intended to represent a starting point for a rebuilding plan framework that is within the range of rebuilding scenarios recommended by the Ssc. My expectation is that when the council, when this comes back to us, the next time the council may need to modify the rebuilding alternatives when we receive the results of these rebuilding projection scenarios in order to more fully define the rebuilding plan based on the information that we receive in those projections with respect to T-min and the resulting T-max, as NOAA General Counsel spoke to earlier. My intent in making this motion is to identify the council's intent, again, to develop a rebuilding plan that allows for a directed fishery where possible, and to consider the needs of fishery-dependent communities as specified in the Magnuson-Stevens Act. My motion essentially picks up the draft alternatives and options included in the document prepared for this agenda item. And although my motion does not include a specific option for no fishing mortality, as always, we anticipate this projection will be included in the information considered by the Ssc, because again, that is a required element for a rebuilding plan under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And again, having this F=0 or no fishing mortality projection will enable the Ssc to recommend a minimum time for rebuilding and allow the council to more fully develop a rebuilding plan within the parameters of what we think the snow crab stock will be doing over the next several years and the rebuilding plan requirements. Stepping through the alternative and option that I am proposing, you'll notice that I'm proposing slightly different language than what was included in the document for this action. I think that text likely came from previous rebuilding plan alternatives that were perhaps a little bit further along and actually specified, we're referring to the council specification of a target timeframe. It's premature, as we've been discussing, I think, based on the information we have for the council to do that. So I'm adopting, again, a more general framework. You'll see that the action alternative 2 here is to adopt a rebuilding plan and specify a target rebuilding time not to exceed T-max as recommended by the Ssc. Again, option 1 is no directed fishing until the stock is rebuilt, which would have bycatch removals only. And option 2 is to allow bycatch removals and a directed snow crab fishery under the current state of Alaska harvest strategy, consistent with the draft options in the document, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair. And I'll just note within these options, this is a general framework. I have not included options for all of the different scenarios, projections that the Ssc recommended, just because we don't typically do that, quite frankly, in rebuilding plan analyses. And my goal here in picking up these options again was to pick up essentially what we normally do in terms of management actions related to rebuilding plans, with the expectation that when we receive the Ssc's projections the next time, we will be able to more fully refine these options. And again, just reminding the council, the Ssc recommended that the stock assessment author provide projections that include bycatch at current levels, defined by average bycatch over the last few years, as well as increased levels of bycatch using, I believe, either double the average bycatch over the last few years or the highest amount that has been observed, to help better understand the influence of different levels of bycatch on the rebuilding timeframe. And I think that's very important given the interest in public testimony and in written comments that we have received in terms of uncertainty related to the influence of bycatch on the ability of the snow crab stock to rebuild. I think the Ssc has recommended a full range of scenarios projections that we will be able to get the results from to determine whether bycatch at current levels or even higher levels will affect the rebuilding timeline. Along those lines, Mr. Chair, moving on to the second part of my motion after the alternatives and options, I'm also proposing that the council requests that staff include additional information in the next version of the analysis to help determine whether the following bycatch management measures would affect the rebuilding timeline. And those are to remove the snow crab Psc limit floor, count all trawl Psc through the full range of the stock toward the Psc limit, and establish a limit on fixed gear Psc. And I just want to clarify, Mr. Chair, these are not options to be included in the alternatives that I'm putting forward, but I do recognize, again, given the situation we're in with respect to available information to select alternatives and options, my intent is for staff to bring forward information about these specific potential groundfish bycatch management measures that the council would consider or could consider should we get projections back that determine that bycatch does affect the rebuilding timeline. And so I'm happy to answer questions about that, Mr. Chair. It's probably a little confusing. And then the third part of the motion is that consistent with the council's recommendation in April for Bristol Bay Red King Crab, I am proposing that this council requests public comment at the October 2022 meeting on ways to reduce fishing-related mortality of Eastern Bering Sea snow crab. And again, as we discussed recently in April, information from fishery participants is critical to that effort. And the council I'm proposing here would seek public input in the following areas. Again, voluntary measures that to avoid Eastern Bering Sea snow crab in non-directed fisheries, measures in the directed fishery to reduce handling mortality, and any description of research that could inform development of flexible spatial management measures, gear modifications, and to evaluate unobserved mortality. And Mr. Chair, the rationale for putting this forward is essentially the same that I believe the council discussed in April, in the sense that we know that the snow crab stock has collapsed, and we are required to work on a rebuilding plan that will be implemented either by FMP amendment or regulations or both. But that, even under an expedited timeline, still does take some time. And so in the short term, given concerns about the Eastern Bering Sea snow crab stock, I am proposing that the council asks all members of the public, and particularly those fishery participants in fisheries that do impact Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, to provide some focused public comment on these voluntary measures that could be taken in a shorter term to really help try and reduce impacts on Eastern Bering Sea snow crab in a shorter time period than we can do through a rebuilding plan or other management actions. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I have two different questions. The first one is regarding, I guess I'm going to refer to it as like the second component, that additional information component, with the limit on fixed gear PSC. I guess I'm just looking to see if we're looking to be consistent with how we're looking at it for trawl, both inside and outside the cobles. Is that correct? Sorry, I can't see with my readers on.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. My intent would be for staff to bring back information that builds on what we have in the current paper for this document. And that does include information on PSC inside and outside of the cobbles for fixed gear and trawl gear. And I think considering the rationale that if we determine, or excuse me, if the projections that we receive the next time this come back indicate that bycatch does affect the rebuilding timeline, I think it would be incumbent on the council to consider the impacts of all PSC, snow crab PSC, excuse me, by all gears. So yes, that would be my intent.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And my second question is in regards to the third section regarding public comments. And I guess I was just looking for a little better understanding of what the expectation is the industry will come back with. Just like we talk about with our staff time, we have limited resources. Industry has limited resources too. We just had the pollock fleets spend a lot of time working on additional salmon bycatch reduction measures. Now we have them also working on red king crab, and now putting this on top of that for the same timeline. And it's my understanding there's even less information available on snow crab to do that kind of work at the industry level. And so I'm just looking for a little more clarification or specificity on what you're looking for there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. I don't, at least my expectation, and I'd be curious if other council members want to weigh in, but we're not necessarily asking for new or additional work to be done, but it's really just seeking public input from an operational perspective, from data that might not be available to the council that fishery participants are willing to share to help amplify some of these questions that we have in terms of if there are any voluntary measures available to avoid Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, what might they be? What are the trade-offs that might be involved in that? Even if it's not based on experience or fully developed, I think we're just asking for public comment, as we usually do, on potential items of management interest that we have identified, and to just ask people to bring their operational expertise, community impact expertise, whatever the perspective may be, at whatever level it's available.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I appreciate that clarification. I think that's really helpful. And I think with these kinds of requests, when we put them out there, I think it's important that we provide realistic expectations of what's going to come back. And so I'll leave it.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. I have just a couple of questions that sort of may help to inform the public why a couple of things weren't included from the advisory panel motion into the motion that you made. My first question is, you didn't follow the format of looking at several different scenarios and alternatives based on the optimistic or the pessimistic one. I'm assuming that that's just going to be, when we get this back, that would be a policy call that the council would make as we receive more information back. That was my first question. Did you omit those just because we'll decide later?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. I did not include structured alternatives the way that the advisory panel did, because my understanding was that the action alternatives in the AP motion, alternatives 2 and 3, were identical in terms of the elements and options, except for whether those management measures would be implemented under a pessimistic or optimistic natural mortality scenario. And my understanding also is that whether we are developing a rebuilding plan under a pessimistic or optimistic natural mortality scenario is not a council policy call. The Ssc has asked for projections under a wide range of different scenarios for natural mortality and other things that include those optimistic and pessimistic natural mortality scenarios as bookends. But ultimately, when that information comes back, the SSC will recommend, as I believe the counselor spoke to earlier, projections that result in a T-min that the SSC recommends to us. And so while I appreciated the advisory panel's motion to structure our thinking about what the council may be looking at when we do get those projections and have a better sense or know what the SSC has recommended T-min will be, I felt like it was premature to put those forward at this point, plus for exactly the reason I think that you stated, Mr. Mesereau. I was concerned if we adopted that structure, it might confuse the public thinking that the optimistic or pessimistic scenario outcome was a council policy choice, and it is very clearly not.
That's good. All right, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Further questions on the motion? Counselor.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I just wanted to clarify that with respect to the public comment provisions, as usual, when the council publishes its agenda, the general public will be invited to comment on any aspect of the action. You're simply saying that these particular issues could be helpful for the council if people have specific information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yes, that's correct. That's my intent.
Further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. And I guess often when we initiate an analysis, and it's been clear, I'm less familiar with rebuilding analyses, we would say we would incorporate the SSC recommendations or some way to grab all of their recommendations. And I'm wondering, in response to Mr. Mesereau, clearly in your talking points and your rationale, you provided a lot of reference to the SSC recommendations. So I guess I'm just wondering, is that not explicitly stated here because the SSC is really driving the bulk of this analysis? And I just give you another opportunity to speak to that, what we're capturing here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question. And yes, this whole action is slightly different than what we're used to working with. And you make a very good point, perhaps just for added clarity, the motion should have included specifically that this motion captures the recommendations of the SSC. That very clearly was my intent in terms of both the alternatives and options. Again, my expectation is that to the degree practicable, the stock assessment author will produce the results recommended in the projections by the SSC, and we will have all of that information back the next time we get this analysis for the SSC to review the projections that it recommended and make its recommendation to us. That was definitely my intent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A separate question is, we heard a lot in testimony about the need or the hope that we could keep a directed fishery open, and even to some discussion about keeping it open, even if it's under a more conservative harvest strategy than the current state harvest strategy. And I believe you spoke to this, but I just wanted to ensure we weren't precluding an opportunity under alternative 2 when we do finally get this back and see what T-min looks like and determine a target, that we could not provide an additional option that might modify or make more conservative the harvest strategy, such that we could continue to have an open fishery during the rebuilding timeline. That's not precluded by your action at this meeting, is it?
Mr. Chair, thank you for that. No, that is not precluded. And I did try to speak to that a little bit in terms of expecting that when we get the projections back the next time, we may very well want to further refine these alternatives. And one of the things I definitely was thinking about in relation to option 2 is the state harvest strategy. And again, as I'll just basically repeat what you said, it is my expectation that when we receive the projections and the recommendation from the SSC on the minimum time it takes to rebuild, we can certainly take a look at what that looks like under the state harvest strategy in terms of levels of directed fishing, and recognize, as I think we have in past crab rebuilding plans, that changes to that state harvest strategy are possible, in essence, to provide directed harvest opportunities under the rebuilding plan.
Any further questions on the motion? Any amendments? Okay. Comments on the motion? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Baker, I appreciate the motion very much. I just want to note that we heard in public comment and saw in some of the written comments some interest in ultimately having more flexibility in types of management measures that can be chosen over time in spatial management, closures, addressing PSC limits, those sorts of things. And the timeline that we face here for developing a rebuilding plan, of course, constrains our creativity in exploring those kinds of things. So I just wanted to, I guess, call that out and note that it may be helpful in the long run to have a structure that enables the council that kind of flexibility to be more nimble and adaptive based on changing circumstances, and to be able to put measures like that in place in fairly short order. That would be a kind of a heavy lift analytically to set up the framework for that to happen. But that may just be something to contemplate going forward to give us more options to respond more quickly with those types of measures going forward. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take an opportunity to speak in support of Ms. Baker's motion. In particular, I think that she has struck the correct balance between keeping this rebuilding plan on track and on time to try to meet our deadlines as best we can, while also including some opportunities for industry or other members of the public to bring forward ideas for much needed research and much needed avoidance that might be able to be implemented sooner, and also evaluating whether some of the changes to the way that we manage bycatch would move the needle in terms of rebuilding. So I think the three elements of the motion are the ones that we need, and I appreciate including all of those. And I just wanted to echo the comments that she made in speaking to her motion about community impacts and impacts on individual fishermen. This is a highly technical agenda item, and there's a lot of discussion about team in and team max and model outputs and natural mortality estimates, rebuilding timelines and MSA. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that there are people, real people whose entire livelihood is wrapped up in the success of this stock and these fisheries, and they're in a very difficult situation. And I think the folks who came and testified before the council provided excellent testimony and really did a good job of focusing on what's in front of us today, which is a very technical agenda item. But I think the council and Ms. Baker in making this motion also recognize and are not forgetting the fishermen and the communities who are experiencing very real impacts from the changes that we're seeing in the Bering Sea. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Very, very well said. Further comments? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Really appreciate the state and your leadership on this. Very much appreciate the motion. Is there any opposition to the motion? With no opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Anything further on this agenda item? Okay, great. 3:32. Oh, Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, I don't have anything further in the sense, but I've tried to express some concern about leaving the 2022 survey data out of this potential rebuilding plan. I just want to put a marker down based on the questions that were asked around this table, that when we come to October, if we see the survey data coming out of August in the fall and the crab planting that makes a difference, I guess, that we would be able to at least talk about, discuss, identify a potential timeline that could accommodate inclusion of those data. So just not any other motion, but I just like to set that down for discussion in October. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Anything else? All right, well, let's go ahead and adjourn for the day. 8:30? 8:30? Yeah, let's come back at 8:30 tomorrow morning and we will resume with our agenda. Oh, and council members, we need to take everything with us because they're going to break the room down.